Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. First off, you might notice something different about me. I have no glasses, and that is because I got LASIK. So if you think that it's not Nate Snyder on the chair, believe me. I looked at it for the first time on my screen. I was like, wow, that is not me. That is so different. But it is me. But, I still have my voice. I might sound a little, rough because I'm still getting over an illness, but it is what it is. We are rolling, right? And speaking of rolling, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another live coverage of severe weather. And where severe weather takes us this time is into portions of Louisiana, where we currently have a storm chaser that is over in the Anacoco areas here, where a severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect for northwestern Vernon Parish. And this does have a tornado possible tag on it, and we can already kind of see that the storm does indeed have a bit of a mesocyclonic characteristic to it. If I pull up my Epic pen here, I'll be able to show you guys specifically. Here it is. You kind of see these little whirls of clouds that are wrapping around here, and you can see these clouds are also funneling into the interior portions of the inflow notch. There is indeed a some form of a lowering that also extends all the way back out to here, meaning that there is probably some form of outflow boundary that is coming from the southern portion of the storm. You can see right above me, there is the radar. There's Anacoco in particular. You can see here is the storm. You can see we do have a little bit of a hook here where rain is trying to wrap around. You do have a little bit of an inflow notch. We're trying to get a little bit more moisture for this thing to try and sustain a little teeny bit more, but as of right now, it still is trying to get its act together. Recently, there has been a little bit more rotation that has been developing, I should say. You can tell I'm still a little rusty. Wow. So bear with me for that as well. But you can definitely tell that there's a little bit of rotation. The radar is over on the far side part of the screen. It's all the way out there. And so you can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle, there's something general. It's a general spin, but it's nothing that is real, consolidated at the moment. So it's nothing too serious as of right now, but it is a storm that we are going to be monitoring very, very closely as this continues to propagate further towards the north and east. So something definitely to watch out for. There's also a couple other storms that we should probably mention. First off, what would usually happen is the storm that is to the rear of one that has an outflow boundary would seem to probably be the one that could also try to be tornadic. So if we're looking at this storm here, we can see it has its outflow boundary. The one that is immediately behind it, which would be this one, could also potentially interact with its outflow boundary and therefore be able to actually try and do something as it moves on forward. So that one might also be something to watch out for. Leesville, not completely out of the clear, out and into the clear quite yet, but still something that we should definitely monitor. But this is still really interesting. I'll tell you what, you can look at the screen right in front of you. I mean, that just looks as ominous as you can get it, isn't it? It is just absolutely crazy to see. We'll keep that up above. You can still see, once again, we still have our chaser feed up there. We also have a couple other cars that are with us out and about. So, we'll see what the Stormscape chasing group will get us this time. The last time we actually streamed, they caught us a few tornadoes. So that'll be pretty interesting. But we should be able to otherwise have a really interesting stream. Honestly, this event is going to be one that is not too atypical for this time of year. I'll show you guys. Here's the convective outlook for you guys to be able to see for yourself. We do have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in this orange. This covers the majority of central and northern Louisiana, as well as central to southwestern Mississippi. This is also where the threat for significant tornadoes could be possible, albeit it is conditional. So it's not really too out of the ordinary. Some people were seeing that the Storm Prediction Center was considering to upgrade this to a 4 out of 5. The reason being why they have not, at least up until this point, is because the general mode here so far has been very clustered, and we've failed to have a storm to really get out by itself and be discreet. And because of that, it's a little bit more difficult for these storms to be able to actually form these tornadoes. So definitely something to watch. It's definitely something to note as this continues to move about. But other than that, you also have a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in this yellow. If you're in this yellow area, I highly recommend you also watch out for the threat of severe weather here today. Other than that, if you are in the green, you could see some severe storms, but it is very unlikely. And of course, if you don't have any colors besides what the regular map is, you definitely do not need to worry about today. So the only states that we will be really talking about is Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and maybe Alabama if we stay up late enough tonight. Dante with the 2. Nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 2. Very much appreciated. It really is. I appreciate everyone, by the way, coming to the stream. Hopefully, you know, there's enough lead time for people who may live in these areas, if they do get warnings, that they do get into their safe space. I just want to remind everyone that if you know anyone who lives within these areas, it's probably a good idea to let them know what's going to be happening. If you live in these areas and you don't have any idea what to do during a tornado warning or whatever, don't fret, all right? Especially, you know, that's what I'm here for. If there's something that happens, something bad, first off, I'm going to let you know, all right? I'm going to go into detail with a lot of this stuff, and, you know, sometimes it may not even make sense, but I'm going to try and make it make sense as best as I possibly can. I'm going to try and make it so that you guys can understand what the capabilities of these thunderstorms are for today, so that way you guys may be able to be prepared, especially if they may come knocking on your doorstep. So, if a tornado warning gets issued, one thing that you need to be aware of is that you need to be in a good place, a good sturdy building. All right, a mobile home will not cut it. So if you live in a mobile home, you should find a sturdier building. We also want to mention that you want to be in the lowest and innermost part of your building. What do we mean by that? Well, fortunately for us, the National Weather Service has provided a nice little graphic for us to be able to show you guys, so that way we can kind of visualize where we want you to be. So we don't want you to be in the roof, because that is the uppermost part of a building, and those ones they don't really have a whole lot of protection. When it comes to houses, you think of, you know, hurricanes ripping off roofs and stuff like that. Tornadoes can do the exact same thing, and maybe even a lot more. We also think about if you're near a window, if you're on the outermost part of your building, especially on any given floor, you really are not the safest, because a lot of debris that tornadoes may sling could actually come through the side of the house. So it is not a great idea for you to be on this first floor and near the windows. But notice here, this is the ground, if you couldn't tell. It's a little hard to tell, so I don't blame you if you didn't. But notice how the basement down here has a massive check mark. Check marks across the board. If you have a basement or if you have an underground facility, you get to it. Otherwise, all right, let's say this basement is not here. Notice the house. Notice where to be. Interior portion of a building, under the stairs, in a bathroom or a closet. This is what you want to do, and where you want to get to if you have a tornado warning issued for your area. So please, please, please make sure that you watch out for all the stuff that could be happening with these storms. And if things do go awry, you are going to want to be sure to put yourself in a safe position. In addition to this, you are also going to want to get pillows, get shoes on, hard-soled shoes if you can, get mattresses, get helmets or any sort of protective gear. Say you played football, you can get chest protectors and stuff like that, knee guards. And if you don't have a helmet, just get a pot and a pan. Pot or a pan, stick it on your noggin, boom, you're living life, all right? That is exactly what you are going to want to do if you are in those scenarios. So please be sure, especially if you see anyone that's in the chat that is new, you understand that this is what you need to do, or if you would like to help tell people what's going on, tell them exactly what I just told you. One final thing that I will say before we get back into the radar, of course, and I'm going to have this all actually real quickly. I'm going to tell them it might drop here in a second. Hey, Riley.
That's what we're looking at. Yes.
It might drop in a second. Get on 171.
Yeah, I'm looking straight at it. I have a perfect view on it. I can't turn the camera towards it, but it nearly did. There was a little funnel that came out of it earlier that I thought I saw for just probably 10-20 seconds. It's passing over some houses right now.
It's going over 171 north of Anadarko, so whenever you want, you can probably get on 111 and then head up 117 to Kirkwood, because that's where it's heading next.
Gotcha.
All right, I'll be back in Devon, but I'll talk to you in a sec.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I just wanted to let them know, because that was some really ominous clouds that we just saw, of course. One thing I want to mention as well, to you all, is we can't really do this without you guys, all right? I can come up here on screen and tell you guys all about, oh, well, look at this. This is, all sorts of crazy clouds. Maybe there's a tornado within there, or, let's say there is a tornado and we do see a tornado today. I can point to that. I can tell you all this stuff about it, but there's only so much I can do to tell you guys what you guys need to do, all right? Or there's only so much I can do to also help try and get this out to more and more people. And so what you guys can do is, if you are in these areas that I'm going to talk about eventually, or hopefully not eventually, if nothing happens, then that makes my life so much easier. I'll tell you what, I've had so many streams in the past where nothing has happened, and I felt so good even after streaming for 8 hours straight and sitting in a chair nonstop. That's what makes things so great for me whenever I stream. It's when things start to get a little crazy and when tornadoes can potentially be possible, is when things do start to get a little bit out of hand. So there's only so much I can do to tell you guys, hey, get in your safe space. If you're in this parish or if you're in this county, then you need to, go get in your safe space, of course. But on the other hand, what you guys can also do is you can help me get this out to more and more people on social media. So that way we may be able to try and get this out to more and more people. We can try and spread awareness, if you will, because that's the main thing that we want to do here as long as we are live. We want to continue to try and spread awareness so that way people who may not have coverage, people who may not even know what's going on, will be able to know what's going on if they come over onto our channel. I want to also mention here real quickly, from a radar analysis perspective, there is a supercell that is over here. This is getting out of the Natchitoches Parish area and over into the Wynn Parish area. We could be talking about a tornado warning here very soon for Calvin, Dodson, Tannehill, and Goldana. So if you guys live in these areas, you guys should definitely be on alert. Watch out really closely. There is a storm that is starting to hook around. We're starting to see rain start to wrap around on the southern portion of the storm, and because of that, we are also seeing a little bit of rotation here. We are looking at the radar that is from Shreveport, which is all the way over here, And you can see our greens are the winds that are moving towards the radar. Our reds are the winds that are moving away. We do have counterclockwise spin, which means that we do have the potential for something tornadic. And we do indeed even have some turbulence here. Spectrum width does indicate that there is a little bit of turbulence. And if you've ever seen a tornado video before, they are pretty turbulent. And so this is definitely something to monitor as this continues to move about. And that turbulence just spiked. It definitely did just get a little bit worse. So, and that probably tells me that there could potentially be a tornado here. I'm starting to see a little bit of a correlation coefficient. Yeah, that could probably be a tornado in progress right now. That would be south and east of the Goldana areas. If you live over near Goldana, near Calvin, near Dodson, near Wyatt, or west of Tannehill here in Louisiana, this is on the border of Natchitoches and Wynn parishes. If you live over there, you need to get into your safe space. There's likely a tornado that is in progress and doing damage in these areas here. So please be sure, once again, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Let's go back to our chasers real quickly. And I want to get a word here from our chaser. This is from Riley Bell, and he's got something really interesting in front of us. So let's see what he's got. Riley, what do you got in front of you?
Right now, I'm trying to come up behind it. We're about to make a right on 2111. Upon making this right turn, we should have a clear view straight into the storm. Yeah, it's up here at this light. Just give us a second. Right now, all I can tell you is the LCLs are very low, and the winds going into this thing are crazy just above the surface.
Right. So what he's saying about LCLs here, chat, is the LCLs is the lower condensation level. This is basically when clouds start to condensate, and they can vary in height. It's similar to how when you actually look at on radar that might have just occluded.
Right here.
A hard occlusion, actually. I think we might have had... Yeah, that storm that you just had, Riley, it did produce a tornado. It occluded on the backside.
You missed it.
It was on the backside. But yeah, it did produce a tornado and it occluded. But what he's saying about the LCLs is the clouds are really low. And if you think of it this way, if the clouds are relatively high above the ground, it takes a longer distance for the tornado to go from the cloud down to the ground. So if the clouds are relatively close to the ground, that distance is not even there. It's negligible. So that's what he means by the LCLs. And usually when we have a lot of wind streaming into the storm, usually that means that this is really trying to funnel in a lot of that moisture and bring it in to try and make it a little bit more organized. So that is definitely something interesting there. He is on the backside of the storm, so that is one thing to note as well. He will be catching up to it, trying to get towards Kurthwood. We'll see what's going on with that. Caleb is out and about. Caleb, what's going on with you, buddy? I'm going to try and transform this. Oh, geez. There we go. Actually, I've got an idea.
Hey, Winfield just got a tornado warning.
Winfield just got a tornado warning? Yeah, there it is. Listen in here, chat, as I fix this.
Tornado warning for Northern Wynn Parish in north-central Louisiana.
So that is a new tornado warning once again. If you live over there in Wynn Parish, you need to get into your safe space once again. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, let me fix this here, chat, for you all real quickly. I can actually look at Life 360 to see where Caleb is because his camera or his microphone wasn't working earlier, but that's okay. Edit transform. This is really fun. I'll tell you what, chat. Give me a second. And boom, that should make things a little bit easier for us for now. All right. So once again, new tornado warning just got issued. This is for Wynn Parish. And we talked about this storm and how it likely had possibly produced a tornado. I still believe that is 100% the case. It likely was a brief tornado, but it looks like it is starting to wrap back up again and become a little bit more significant. If you're in Dodson and Tannehill, you really should be getting into your safe space. This is definitely starting to intensify further and further, and we're starting to get a little bit of a higher normalized rotation here. This is basically quantifying how strong the actual rotation is, and we're starting to get above the weaker levels of blue and get into the moderate levels of green. Once you get into green and yellow, that's about moderate. Red is strong, and of course pink and white is strong, or very strong, I should say. White is actually a little bit more into the intense category, or maybe even violent. So we've got very strong to moderate rotation that is trying to develop. A lot of spectrum width that is showing here, although I do believe that does have some contamination, so maybe even all of our values here on radar could be a little compromised. But regardless, I do believe that this storm could potentially be trying to produce a tornado. It'll be heading off towards the Dodson areas here as well as Tannehill. And if you live in these areas here, you need to get into your safe space. Once again, this is northern Wynn County here, or not Wynn County, Wynn Parish here in Louisiana. This is getting towards the Dodson, the Sykes area, and it'll be going just to the south of Wyatt and just to the south of Walker. So get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible, which we have been watching for quite a while, even before this tornado warning actually was issued. This, once again, should be heading off towards the Dodson and the Hudson areas here. If we get some timings, hopefully they'll be able to tell us here. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So if I actually take a storm motion, I can manually do it. It'll be getting towards the Dodson area in about 10 to 15 minutes. Assume 10 minutes because these storms can potentially try and speed up and even make things a little bit more complicated by jutting out its rear flank downdraft, which basically means that if it wraps its rain around a little bit too strongly, it can actually push it and nudge it a little bit further out in front. So definitely something to note within the next 10 minutes. Dodson, Tannehill, and Hudson, you guys are going to be on its doorstep as this, or this is going to be on your doorstep, I should say, very, very shortly. Calvin, you should be in your safe space right now, although it is heading off just to the north of you. Regardless, you guys should be getting some strong winds from the storm, even outside of it. So it is definitely recommended for you guys to still stay in a sturdy building. This thing continues to update. No debris signature as of right now. We'll have to see how this thing continues to move on through in the next velocity scan. But as this continues to load, we're going to actually go back down south to the other storm that our storm chaser is on, where there is a well-pronounced supercell that is starting to develop near the Kirkwood area. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued because of it. So this is now a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions or southeastern portions of Natchitoches Parish, as well as southwestern Grant Parish here. This will be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this storm right here is 100% a supercell. You can see the classic hooking characteristic. All it really needs is to just wrap around completely, and it's pretty much there. So this is definitely a storm that is trying to, really try and uptrend and maybe even try to put down a tornado. So definitely something to watch out for. A little bit further out, past Kirkwood, Kisatchie, as well as Hutton, Gorham, Derry, as well as Aloha here in portions of Louisiana. you guys are going to need to watch out. And of course, we can't forget about Interstate 49. So if you live anywhere in those areas, you need to be able to try and get into a sturdy building. I say sturdy building because I have seen so many storms produce tornadoes, and so many people think mobile homes are okay. Believe me, if you are planning to ride out a storm in a mobile home, I've seen the smallest amount of wind blow over a mobile home. It is not safe. You need to find some form of sturdy building. If you can get to like a gas station or a little, a complex of some sort, you can be safer. All right. You just got to go. You got to be able to just be safe from it. That's what you want to do whenever you're in these situations. And by staying in a mobile home, I'm telling you right now, that ain't happening. All right. Sup, Matt? Nice to see you in the chat. I hope life is good. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Northern Vernon Parish. This is for the Kirkwood area, of course. There's a bit of a jurisdiction issue, so they had to issue 2 separate severe thunderstorm warnings, one from the National Weather Service in Shreveport and the other from the National Weather Service in Lake Charles. So that's the reason why this thing looks all weird. So don't blame them too much for the weird polygon. Just be happy that they did issue the severe thunderstorm warning in general, and that is indeed what I am. I'm pretty happy about that. This is kind of the reason why I wish that Riley was left a little bit earlier, but it's fine. He's working on it. From what I see here on Life 360, he is zooming. So he'll be able to catch back up to this storm more than likely. Let's go back up north and let's see. Let's go back and take a look at the storm that's approaching Dodson. And the velocity still, although they are kind of a little contaminated, it is evident that there is something tornadic within this storm. And that is the reason why a tornado warning has been issued. This thing has had rotation even before the tornado warning. So the good news is that if you're in Goldana, right now you are in the clear, all right? There could be some other storms that could try and move on through, might be severe, but the immediate threat has passed you already. So you are good in that sense. As we get over towards the Dodson, the Tannehill areas, however, we're talking about US Highway 187. It is starting to get closer and closer to your area, and you need to be able to get into your safe space. This is a classic hooking signature. You can see the red that is wrapping around right into a hook, and then it actually juts out at the bottom here because it is creating a bit of an outflow boundary. And so this is a classic supercell. It's a little bit far away from the radar, but it is still as textbook as you probably could get it. And therefore, all the signs point towards this thing potentially trying to put down a tornado as if it hasn't already. So something to note, something to watch out for as this gets closer and closer towards the Dodson areas, as well as Hudson, Tannehill, and Sykes.
Hey, Nate, we've got a view of this thing's wall cloud directly in front of us on the road.
Where would you be at? Because Life 360 hasn't updated in 6 minutes. Are you on...
I'm facing north. I'm northbound on 117.
Okay.
Wow, that thing is big.
Okay, so you're on 117. About how far away are you from the Kisatchie area or the Kirkwood area?
Kirkwood area, I'm about 5 miles south.
5 miles south, okay. And that is a really good view, actually. I'm going to update your guys' position here because I want to make sure that they are able to understand where we are looking at specifically. Caleb, are you right next to it?
I am like directly
We're
south
directly
of the hook.
south, looking right into it.
Yeah, I'm looking right into the hook.
We're gonna slow down here. Oh yeah, right here. There's a good view right here.
Okay. So you're
From
in
one-
Kirkwood right now.
Yeah, we're on 117 directly south of like the hook, like literally
Well,
right
look at
under
it. Look at it. See, this is the only thing I'm like.
We're about to enter the south side of the hook right now.
Look at the radar and the radar and or the reflectivity and velocity look like kind of different and weird.
Well, that's all right. We need to find it. You could probably get east of this. I wouldn't stop here.
What you can do is if you get to Kurthwood, you can get to like 465 and go on the east option, and then you can take that all the way through. And even when 465? Yeah, 465. Even when it goes south, there's a road that continues to go east. You can cut across to 8. That'll take you up to Flatwoods, which can potentially take you back up to 49, to I-49.
Okay, so 465 you said to go east.
Yeah, you can go east. You can try and parallel it to the best of your ability. And then, of course, I'm sure you guys already know, once you get to 49, that place is like farmland and a half. So,
yeah. Okay, we'll do that.
all right. Yeah, you are definitely right. Wow. You can see the RFD punch out in front of you. And right behind that RFD, actually, is where I would watch. Right in this area over here is where the RFD is kind of surging in behind this thing. And right behind it, there's got to be some form of wall cloud right there. I'll tell you what, this thing is spinning like a top when it comes to just the views that you guys are given right there.
Hopefully you get a view of it here.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right, Nate, I'm going to mute again, all right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, and you can even see it here on that was Storm Chaser Caleb, by the way. This is Storm Chaser Riley. You can see, once again, the same exact thing. You've got your outflow boundary right here. That looks to be either a part of the wall cloud here, or it's just on the southern side of something. But it's definitely on a part of that, it's a part of that whale's mouth, that horseshoe, not whale's mouth, horseshoe, that is on that southern side, and it's definitely got RFD surging through with that. Wow, this is absolutely this is really crazy. By the way, I appreciate all the people who have been supporting the channel. I could be talking about donations and people who have done stuff like that. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Don't think that I've neglected you for supporting the channel, and it really does mean a lot because that support does help keep the channel up. I just want to make sure that we have all the information that we need out, right, to the people who might need it, and then when we're in a little bit of a safer position, then we can start thanking our supporters and stuff like that. But this is definitely, yeah, so now you're kind of seeing where this is something similar to what we saw with Caleb. Now you're starting to see the RFD. It's starting to kind of wrap around down at the bottom part here. It's behind the trees, of course, but a lot of that rain, where that rain and hail fog is, that is where you can start to see that rear flank downdraft wrap back around, and behind that rain, behind that hail fog, is where there's likely going to be a wall cloud and maybe even a tornado. So definitely something to watch out for with that. There is, once again, we still seem to be getting something tornadic that is occurring over here with this tornado warn storm. So we were just talking about that storm that was over near Kurthwood. That was a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. We move off to the north of Winfield specifically. There is a storm that could very well have already produced a tornado south of Goldana. Once again, Goldana is now in the clear, so you guys are all right. But this storm here has now had a report of a large, rapidly rotating wall cloud here that is just to the north of Tannehill and just to the south of Dodson. So this thing is definitely still spinning. It is definitely still going, and we could still potentially see this thing still continue to be tornadic as this marches its way off towards the east. So one thing to make a note of here for the people who are at home, if you are in Dodson, if you are in Hudson, if you are in Sykes, if you are in Tannehill here in Louisiana, this is northern portions of Wynn Parish, you need to get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for southwestern Grant Parish in north central Louisiana, southeastern Natchitoches Parish in northwestern
Hey
Louisiana.
Nate, we've got an option where we could go back into some fields and maybe get an eye on this, or do you just want us to continue east?
I would continue
Because-
east because it just got a tornado warning.
Okay.
So
All right, yeah, just continue east then.
it's if you're trying to look from
We're
behind,
gonna-
that RFD is not gonna allow you to see that wall cloud and maybe even tornado. So you need to try and get back out in front.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for
Okay.
New tornado warning.
northwestern
And we've
Rapides
got
Parish in
we've
central
got some occasional
Louisiana.
fields that we
North
have on the
Central Vernon
left, so
Parish
we
in
may,
West
if
Central
we end up pulling
Louisiana.
ahead of it barely, be able to see back into it.
Yep. So once again, we now have a new tornado warning here. This is for portions of Natchitoches Parish, as well as portions of Grant Parish, and then as well as Rapides Parish. I believe that's how it's pronounced, at least. I forgot how to pronounce a lot of these parishes. I'm rusty. And then potentially even Vernon Parish, although this is completely out of that parish area, so should be fine with that. But yes, there is indeed a new tornado warning here. This is going to be approaching the I-49 areas over here. This is near Derry, as well as Chopin, Gorham, Lena, as well as Galbraith, and Marco. So if you're in these areas, it is recommended that you get into your safe space. I mean, look at this here on reflectivity. This is a nasty looking storm. We've got our classic hook echo here, rain wrapping around all the way, inflow coming in unimpeded. And let's actually take a look, because this thing does look nasty, but it also does look a little bit disorganized. So how can we figure out if this thing is truly disorganized or not? Well, we're close enough to the radar to find out. Let's go take a look at a 3D, shall we? And these 3Ds should be able to kind of give us a small little idea. I'm going to try and put my settings over here to the side, and hopefully I'll be able to try and filter things out specifically. But you can see here's our little storm. It is it doesn't look all too impressive as of right now, but it definitely could try and get a lot better. And a few ways as to that could be the case, as to how it could, is you see this in here. I'm going to try and make it so that you can see the underside of this thing a little bit better. Right here, you see how there's a little bit of a cave underneath, right here. All right, so you have rain, and then underneath it, there isn't as much rain. This is actually the inflow notch. This is the inflow notch to where moisture and the atmosphere's food is basically fed into the thunderstorm, and it's allowed to intensify and stuff like that. So as that continues to move about, this storm should hypothetically be getting that more well-defined, so that way it can take in more food. But it doesn't really look the greatest. Usually you'd want it to be a little bit of a larger cave, a little bit more bowled out, shaped out. But because that's the case, it's not, because of how it is right now, it's not really all too well defined at the moment. And so therefore, there might not be as much energy coming into the storm, which could also mean that the overall longevity of, if there is a tornado that forms, could be called into question. But regardless, this thing 100% can produce a tornado. This has got rotation, and it's actually got some really good rotation at that. And it's going to be able to continue to stay that way because it's out by itself. It is a discrete supercell. It's got nothing really to impede it. No other storms that are going to run into it at the moment. It's got a lot of moisture around it. This storm is definitely going to try and be tornadic. So if you live, once again, in Gorham or in Chopin or in Marco or in Galbraith, you need to get in your safe space. Same with Flatwoods. This storm definitely appears to be trying to produce a tornado here. And that velocity signature just got really interesting. I'm looking at this from a complex standpoint here. We have something called a left flank velocity enhancement that is being pulled into it right here. We've got it's just this streamline of air that is just kind of pulled in from the side of the storm, and it actually just kind of wraps around. And that, though, although that is well defined, I'm seeing a lot of these other little vorticity bands that are just kind of streaming off of this general area of where rotation would be. And that tells me that this thing isn't fully well defined quite yet. And a part of that could be because of how messed up that inflow notch was that we saw on that 3D. So this is starting to kind of be really interesting to a sense. And how this thing could potentially shift over the next 5 minutes could definitely... Wow, this is really interesting, actually. How this thing could manipulate itself and the environment around it over the next 5 minutes can actually tell us a lot of what it could potentially do here in the near future. So this is definitely a storm that we're going to have to watch out for. Regardless of the unpredictability of this storm right now in regards to how it is formed and how it looks, we are going to still want to emphasize that if you are in Gorham, if you are in Flatwoods, if you are in Marco, if you are in Galbraith, if you are in Lena, if you're in Chopin, if you are in Derry, you need to get into your safe space. All right? You need to get into your safe space. Get underground if you can. Otherwise, get in the lowest, innermost part of your building. This is a good description of what you should do to be safe. Here's a basement. So, of course, always... if there's a basement, you need to get to it. I'm sorry for blinding everyone. I'm a little rusty once again. This right here, you do not want to be in a top part of your building. You do not want to be in the outside parts of your building. You do not want to be outside. Do not be outside. Be in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, so let's go back. Let's close that out. Let's go back to the storm that's over in Dodson. And it looks to me as if that storm is currently trying to recycle. It is undergoing a weird phase at the moment, but it definitely is trying. So that could be something to watch out for and monitor. Our guys are currently still heading east. Yeah. Riley, if you can hear me, you're going to come up to a T. It's not really a T, it's actually an L. Do not stay on 465. Continue to head east on Comrade Road. And that is if he could hear me. But it looks like that storm near Hudson and Sykes has started to recycle. I can kind of see two individual areas of where there could be rotation. I don't think that is truly the case. I think we're just so far away from the radar that it's appearing like that. But it's definitely not as strong as it once was, which is the good news. And for that, we'll just have to continue to see how that continues to move about. But yeah, right now...
Hey, did you say continue east?
Yeah, continue east on Comrade. Go straight. Left. Left.
Straight.
Left.
Straight. Yikes. Oh, we can salvage this. Okay.
It's right there.
Yes. We're good. We're good.
Yep.
Ooh, that's dirt.
There's no rain in that area, so you guys are good.
Okay.
It's a shortcut. It's actually a really good shortcut too, because if they can, it's mainly straight. So the good news for them is that the road is mainly straight. There is some slight turns, but there's no sharp ones. And that will continue to take him all the way to this Louisiana 8, which will be able to get them back on track and out in front of the storm. Speaking of back on track and onto the storm, we might as well do that. That looks to be like a tornado in progress. That looks to be a tornado in progress. That looks to be, at least to me, a tornado in progress. And the reason why I say that is because we have a very tight couplet right here that is just to the south and west of Gorham. It's actually west-southwest of Gorham. And they're pixel to pixel on top of each other. There's no grays in the middle. It's consolidated into one spot. That looks to me like it is a tornado in progress. On the ground per scanner feed. Interesting. So yeah, that would once again make a lot of sense. There's a lot of trees in this area, so it'd be a little bit hard to see. But something tells me that as soon as it gets to I-49, they're going to be getting a really good view about what's going on. It definitely looks like a pretty gnarly looking storm. Trying to multitask here because I've got a bunch of information coming into me as we speak, and I'm trying to kind of balance it, of course. But if you're in Gorham, if you're in Marco, if you are in Derry, if you're in Chopin, if you're in Galbraith, there is likely a tornado in progress right now at this time. It doesn't appear to be too strong at the moment. It doesn't appear to be too big, but a tornado is a tornado. If you've ever seen videos of a tornado before, they can be pretty strong. So do me a favor, do not risk it, especially if you're in Gorham. You need to get into your safe space right now. It is important if you are in Gorham, Louisiana, for you to be into your safe space at this time. After that, this is going to head over towards the Chopin and the Galbraith area, as well as Marco. If you are in those areas as well, you need to get into your safe space because this is going to head off into your area. This is going to be on your doorstep here very, very shortly. So please be sure, if you haven't already, get to your safe space. Caleb, you should be coming up here within the next, I think, half a mile on 8. Once you're there, you can just take 8 all the way up to Flatwoods, and then from there, it's really at your discretion, but I would just continue to go all the way over to like 48 or to I-49 and then just move about that way. But
10-4.
I'll tell you what, chat. On a side note, this is pretty cool because all I can do is I can just look at where everyone is at here on my phone, and I can just be able to try and, just be a nice help to some of these guys because a lot of them, I'm sure they're looking at radar. They're also looking at maps too, and I know as whenever I chase a second opinion, I always welcome it. Second opinions are great. So I have no idea. I have no idea what that was. That could have been, I'm not sure if that was Connor.
I think it was Connor. I think it was. Yeah, we've got a clear view. It's a huge low wall cloud off to our left.
Did his tire bust or something like that, or what?
No, they were just pulled over, but in the middle of the road still. Connor was up there filming.
Oh, so they were there. They were just chasing.
So,
is this? Do we have to keep going down this road?
Yeah, we can. We're fine.
It's you
Right,
guys
this
are
road will
almost
meet up.
you guys are almost there.
Yeah, we're almost at 8.
You can follow on the tire
Yeah,
treads that Caleb's car had.
Not gonna lie, we were sliding a little bit there.
Well, continue to drive with caution here. A lot of it's pretty straight, so if you could just keep it straight, you'll be good.
Yes, sir.
It looks like the rotation is starting to kind of drop down a little bit. So that's the good news. That probably means that though there is still a tornado in progress, it's not as well organized as it once was just a brief second ago. Still, regardless, Gorham just took a hit. Took a hit by however strong this tornado is. A tornado is a tornado. So we hope that Gorham, Louisiana, is okay. We hope that they did not suffer anything too bad. But we still have to continue to hope that the people of Chopin and the people of Galbraith here in Louisiana, we hope that they also get into their safe space as well, because this still is a tornadic thunderstorm. This is a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado, and it will be heading off into your area. So here's the rotation in question. You can see reds are the winds moving away, greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see here on the normalized rotation, this quantifies where the specific area of strong rotation, well, it's actually moderate rotation, is. You can see the greens right there. Green and yellow is around moderate rotation. Of course, anything more than that is where you start to get into the strong rotation territory. So from a radar perspective, fortunately, it doesn't look like the worst tornado that we have seen in a while, which is great. It is absolutely wonderful. We hope that that continues to be the case, however, because this event is far from over at this moment. Of course, if you're just tuning in here right now, it is 2:43 p.m. Central Standard Time, 3:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is an event that could potentially put down quite a few tornadoes, a couple of which could be strong. And this could go all the way up into the evening hours and maybe even into the overnight hours. So we urge that if you are in these areas, and there's, by the way, the new tornado confirmed tagged right there. We urge that for the people who may be in the path of these storms, and I'll show you guys the outlook here for you all. If you are in any of these orange areas here, that you do have a plan of action just on the off chance that something tornadic could occur. So please be sure to make a note of that. If you're in any of the yellow areas, you still should watch out regardless. But the threat for severe weather is not as significant as, say, areas over in the orange. And the same goes for the green and the light green, especially the light green. Light green is just general rain and thunderstorms, so it shouldn't be all too significant for your guys' area. But once again, it comes back to this. We still have a long way to go. Still could potentially have a few more tornadoes here, some of which could even be stronger than what we've seen already. We hope that isn't the case, but we are live just on the off chance, and we want to make sure that all the people who are in the path of this could potentially get this information and be safe. So I ask you all, if you know anyone who lives within any of those areas that I just mentioned, share this with them, as well as if you'd like to help me share this on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below, and even subscribe if you want. You can unsubscribe afterwards, because that's not really what I'm too concerned about. I'm going to be honest with you. Seems you are you're about to be really happy here, Riley, because right in front of you is a paved road, and that is absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, look at that thumbs up right there. Let's try and update their location here so that you guys may also be informed as to where they are at. Let's go with Flatwoods.
You do know that this thing got confirmed, right?
Yep.
Okay. Was just making sure.
They are currently south of Flatwoods. Caleb is a little bit further than they are. So we're watching Riley. And then we're going to have to see if Caleb can see anything once he gets up there. Once they get to Flatwoods, there's a lot more trees that are north. And the only real good option is to go east. And then you kind of just go north up to like Colfax. But we'll see how things progress as that goes along. As of right now, this and the storm that was over in Wind Parish seem to be the only storms of real relevance. But there is another storm that I want to mention that is still in Texas right now. This one could definitely be something to watch out for as this progresses up into the Vernon Parish area. We're talking areas near Leesville as well as Fort Polk. You guys could potentially be seeing some form of severe weather here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So I would still watch out. Maybe something could happen off of that. I'm not saying it could potentially produce a tornado or it will produce a tornado. I'm just saying that this is more of something that is going to start heading off in towards your guys' general vicinity. Someone asked when these storms are going to be heading off towards the Vicksburg area. It'll probably be moving off over there a few hours from now. In a few hours from now, I'll do this to kind of double check my work here. So if this storm continues to move on the trajectory, 2 hours to maybe 2.5 hours is what I'm thinking. I'm looking at some of the chat here because I know, fortunately, I have a little bit of leeway to work with. The storm has weakened quite significantly, and it is no longer, I would even say it's barely hanging on and barely even on the ground as of this time. It looks like it actually has gusted out, and a lot of the debris right here has detached itself from where the actual rotation is. And so that tells me that this storm is, or the tornado, I should say in particular, not this storm, the tornado has weakened quite significantly. And man, oh man, that's a lot of rain too. Look at this. Let's say you were trying to chase this thing and you were over in Colfax, or let's say you were in Colfax and you're just there because you live there and you were trying to see where the tornado was. Tell me right now that you can see through all that rain to where that hook is. You can't. You can't. I mean, it's just, there is so much rain within that storm, and that's kind of the reason why, if there is a tornado warning issued for your area, you need to not wait until the last second to do it, to get safe. Because it's really one of those situations to where this storm, it's not going to be nice. Weather usually isn't nice all the time. Sometimes storms will allow you to see what it's bringing with it. You'll be able to see it from miles away. That's not what today is about. Today, you'll see rain, you'll see rain, you'll see rain, and then maybe when it's right on top of you, you might see a tornado. That's not amazing. So, when we talk about these certain areas that need to watch out, that are in tornado warnings or are right next to tornado warnings, you need to do yourself a favor. You need to be able to get into a safe space. You need to be able to put yourself in a position to where you can be safe. Because if a tornado does form and you're not, in a safe place, if you're outside, if you're in a mobile home, it's not really going to be looking good for you. So bear with me, by the way, guys, because as I said, I am getting over an illness. It's that time of year, isn't it? It's always this time of year where you just start getting, everyone starts getting sick. So I usually get 3 sinus infections on the year. And this just so happens to be my first, but I've been dealing with this for about a week to a week and a half, and this still sucks. So I'm trying to drink as much water as I possibly can. I'm drinking more than I even usually do on stream. But yeah, bear with me. If I don't look good, probably because I don't feel good, but I really am not going to miss this opportunity because honestly, me talking about weather and me rambling and stuff like that is a lot more fun than me laying on a bed and feeling sorry about myself for being sick. So it looks like that storm over near Newton and Jasper is starting to get really interesting. Chayo, what's up? Nice to see you. Mahalo. Looking over in Texas, it looks like the storms are almost training. Can I confirm? Training. You mean almost raining? Because if it's almost raining, I mean, if it's picked up on radar, then it's raining. More than likely, but anything else in that? Wow, this thing has recycled. Wow. I'm going to take the warnings away just for a second, just so that you guys can see the radar. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that hook. The only saving grace might be this storm right here. If it can kind of displace that, then this is, you know, that's going to be great. This storm isn't really going to produce anything super tornadic, but that's not really the... Doesn't really look to be the case. That looks so well defined.
Are you talking about the Lena storm at Colfax?
Yeah, Lena and Colfax.
Yeah, I think we're about to get a view on it, maybe because we just turned east.
Yeah.
Also, it almost looks like with the trajectory of that merger, it's going to go into the inflow notch and thus maybe more constructive than destructive.
That's, yeah, that is definitely possible. Once you get to 49, that's where decisions kind of have to be made.
I think we go south and exit to Boyce and then north on 8.
You could do that, or if you want to risk it, for a better road network, you can try and go all the way to Alexandria and then book it north. But that's kind of where I'm like, I'm not sure about that, because you can go to Colfax and then you could just go east on 8. But then again, I don't know what Colfax is going to be like in 15 minutes because this thing is going to be, you know, going. So that's kind of why I'm just like, I'd love to be in your situation, but I'd also hate it. And I'm just kind of thinking, well, maybe that's what should be done. You just go to Boyce and then you go north anyways. And then
Hey, also look north of Marco before anything else.
Yeah, that seems to be something that's just radar bleh.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Gotcha. Yeah, it is.
Give me a second, chat. I want to look here because this is we bring up a good point. They could go up to Colfax. The only real east option is 8. You can go south of Colfax, go east on 492 to try and avoid, or try and find a detour to get over to US Highway 71, and then go on to 8. But, once again, I have no idea what Colfax is going to be like once the storm moves on through. So, north on 8 probably is the right answer, but it's so hard to tell. I'm starting to see some views from some other chasers here. They're in the Lena area, and that is a really low hanging. I want to say wall cloud, but it is so rain wrapped. It is not even funny. So they are even having issues trying to see this as well. This is it. You know. It comes back to what I was talking about earlier, chat. I was talking about how you guys probably would not be able to see this if you were on the opposite side of the storm. If you were in Colfax, you wouldn't be able to see it until it is literally right on top of you, unless if you get in the inflow notch. And even then, you have about 5 minutes of clear before it finally actually, you know, starts to ramp back up again. So it's just not It's just not worth it, in my opinion, to just wait and see until the last second for this thing to be right on top of you. And then boom. That is crazy. Hey, Riley.
Yes.
Do me a favor, because I know you have a plethora amount of time on your hands. Look at
Mhm.
Alexandria, speaking of the devil.
Yeah, I see that.
That right
see that.
there might be something that we'd have to watch out for in general.
Thing is,
If that
it's moving
it's moving northeast, but as soon as it
more
roots,
north.
if
If
it
it does root, then that is, yeah,
yeah,
definitely something to look out for. Um, well, that makes things a little more difficult.
you could have one of you guys could split, just one go up to Colfax and then follow up with that, the other one stay with this one. Caleb would be the closest one. He'd have the best shot at trying to catch back up with that storm.
Yeah, we're not far behind.
You're not too far behind. But
Which
you
point you cut out?
So there's a storm that's right next to Alexandria that just initiated, but it's really just going. And depending upon how quickly this thing can root, can actually determine as to whether or not we might have another storm that could tango here. You, Caleb, have the best opportunity to catch back up with that current tornado warning cell, the one that just got to Colfax. But you'd have to get to like Boyce and then go north on 8 to get to it. And then you'd have to go east on 8 and get to the other US highways that have north options. You know what I mean? Or if we make the prediction, which honestly, I'm not sure if you guys are willing to make that prediction as of right now. We could make the prediction that storm near Colfax may not sustain, which honestly, I think it's too difficult to tell. And I think if you're wrong, it's more than wrong, because it definitely still is in an amazing environment. But if it's right, and that storm near Colfax does not continue to sustain, you have your second option in Alexandria. That is, once again, I mean, it's just, it's trying, and it's definitely rumbling. So I would say Colfax, just to see, like, just start planning to go to like Colfax. But if you really need to, like, there's the new tornado warning that just got issued for Colfax.
Tornado warning for Grant Parish in north central Louisiana, La Salle Parish in north central Louisiana.
I think what you guys should probably do is, if you can, try and go in between the two cells by getting on 8. Although that's very difficult to do so because the storm just absolutely ran over that area. If you can get on Highway 8, just start booking it east. You might be able to get the best of both worlds. And if you feel like that, you know, that northern cell definitely just has lost all of its edge to it, then you can stay on the northern cell until the southern cell finally materializes and then drop south. But this is definitely really interesting. What I want to do, believe it or not, I have access to the traffic cameras over there, and I am going to use them. I know which ones look where. I want to see. Let's see, this looks west, south, and north. So if this is the west camera, let's see what this is looking at. So this is, once again, I'm actually going to do that. Camera number 1.
Getting on 49.
Okay, good. Oh, they've turned the camera. That's a little unfortunate.
You want the camera back on?
No, I'm looking at the traffic camera that's over in Alexandria. I'm gonna try and see if I can find
Oh, okay,
anything.
I got you.
This is lovely. So the best looking camera that we may have is this one. But it's once again, it's so hard to tell. We need to just kind of luck out, if you will. I think if we just keep looking at this camera, we'll be able to see something eventually. So we'll keep that up to the side. Where the storm's going to be tonight, they're going to be likely on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. They'll be heading into central Mississippi as well. Depending upon how significant the moisture return is, will actually determine as to whether or not we will continue to see the activity that we are seeing right now, or we'll see a little bit more of an upscale, meaning mode change into a linear growth. Like a line segment that's not as organized. The one thing I will say is the opportunity for stronger tornadoes is between now up until that linear growth. Once it gets linear, the threat for tornadoes still exists, but it won't be those strong tornadoes that you typically would see. For those of you that are just tuning in here right now, this is the threat for severe weather that we are looking at here today. We have a couple of chasers out there in the field helping us out, as well as a vast camera network for us to be able to try and see what exactly is happening in the skies, and hopefully letting you guys know what's happening ahead of time as well. You can see that we have the risk for severe weather that is ongoing today. We have a 1 out of 5 in the green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange. Of course, within the respective areas should be where you should more and more pay attention when it comes to significant weather today, especially this orange area here. I'm not saying that the areas in yellow and green are not important. I'm just saying that those ones have a less likelihood of being significant contrast to the areas in orange. So if you're over in those areas, definitely monitor the weather. But if you're in green, especially light green, I wouldn't pay attention at all. I want to go.
Hey, we're gonna view. We can view on it again.
Do.
Right there.
Oh wow. So now
Yeah,
you are in
We're going
Boyce.
north on 8.
Yeah, you're going north on 8. Okay. It looks like it is trying to recycle. That's what it looks like it is trying to do. Those road networks out there are so fun to look at.
Right over this bridge is going to be a perfect view of it, most likely. Oops.
Oh, wow.
There it is. Wow.
Wow. So that is a wall cloud.
No,
Wow.
gotta keep going.
Look at that. So that lowering right there. that's the wall cloud right there. And if there was a tornado to form, which this thing could very easily recycle very soon. You know what I just realized? These storms might Fujiwara around each other, which means it is possible that we could see a strong tornado off of it, because the storm that goes to the south side of the Fujiwara usually is the one that ends up producing the stronger one of the two. Yeah, this is definitely going to be something to really watch out for. I'll tell you what. But here's our two storms in particular. We have a tornado warning for Grant and LaSalle Parish here in Louisiana. This is in Louisiana, if you didn't know already. We do have two classic supercells, one of which is a lot stronger than the other. Here is one larger than the other, not exactly stronger than the other. There's one. This one has had a history of producing a tornado. There is a new one, a second one that is going to the north of Alexandria. This is going to be very interesting because storms that are this close to each other end up trying to merge, but how they merge is they actually spin around each other until they get closer and closer together. So this is definitely going to be something to really watch out for. To be really watching out for. But man, I am honestly like... I'm honestly a little stunned. Little teeny bit stunned. If we go back to the severe thunderstorm warning that's on the border of Louisiana and Texas. So this is Vernon Parish. This is northern Newton County. The storm is starting to try and organize itself, but it's not doing the best job in the world. So definitely something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for. But other than that, it's got a lot of work before we can start talking about this thing potentially being something tornadic as well. It looks like the storm that used to produce the tornado warning over near Winfield has now started to grow upscale. And though we are a little bit far away from the radar, you can still see the classic Boeing characteristic, linear segment that is associated with these storms. So yeah, this that storm has already grown upscale. From what it seems like to me, it seems it ran out of energy. Ran out of cape, so we'll have to continue to watch out for that. I'll show you guys here the live camera that is once again over near Alexandria. This is looking north from the looks of it. Or at least I believe it's looking north. I hope it's looking north. It looks to be looking west-ish. West-ish, that's nice. I wish we had a camera in Alexandria that looked north, but you know. Can't get everything, right? Can't get everything you want. That might be an interesting camera if it loads. Nah, it's not interesting. Quite unfortunate, isn't it? North, west, south. North, west, south. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these cameras are just kind of... They're okay. But there's not really more to it than that.
Okay, I'm thinking this cell gusted out.
The one in the north?
Yeah, or the one that we're the tornado warned one.
Colfax.
potentials. Tornado potential is probably close to nothing.
That might change if you can get a merger. The only issue is that you would need to be able to try and get to it as quickly as possible. And that in itself might be difficult.
We're going to have a big wall of precipitation in the way.
If you can get on 492 and then get on 71, head southeast on 71, and then go north, that might be the way. Maybe the play to Alexandria was better after all.
Yeah.
Because then you just come up south again.
Yep.
On better roads. But it's not completely over, fortunately. Wow, look at this. Regardless of what we're looking at here right now, this is still a pretty nice view. High base clouds back behind it because they are in the inflow, or they're not in the inflow notch, they're in the outflow boundary right now. So the LCLs are definitely pretty high. That reminds me, there was one thing that I was going to check. The mesoanalysis, and I was going to try and see 3 Cape and Vort. And 3 Cape and Vort is okay. Keyword okay. I will say that second wave coming into Leesville might be interesting, but I wouldn't drop down on that quite yet. That still has a lot to go. Yeah. That's very interesting. Okay. Well, back to the tornado warning once again. Only one tornado warning. This thing has had a confirmed tornado in the past. Right now, there is not a tornado in progress, but the storm still is just kind of trucking about. And so we shall wait, we shall watch, we shall try and warn. And the new towns that we shall warn include Dry Prong, Creola, Pollock, Antonia, Rogers, Nebo, Whitehall, as well as Jenna, Searcy, and Somerville here in Louisiana. So if you guys live in those areas, it is definitely recommended for you all to get in your safe spaces. Get into a sturdy structure. Excuse me. I need to drink some water. Yeah, I seem to be still
I
getting
believe
over.
your hypothesis may have been right with that merger.
Huh?
I believe your hypothesis may have been right with that merger. It looks like it's trying to surge.
Yep. And because of that, it might actually pick up ground speed too. We might see a strong tornado here very shortly. Because the whole thing about Fujiwara with supercells, once again, is that southern one just absolutely just starts going. It starts ripping it. How fast is this thing moving? Northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is highway speed. I'm trying to think of a way to get them back in the game chat. So I apologize if I'm like trying to just, I stopped to talk in a sec, for a couple of seconds. I'll actually, I'll do you guys a favor and I'll actually tell you guys what I'm thinking right now. If this thing continues to move at this speed, which is 55 miles per hour, and of course it very well could continue to do so, especially as it undergoes a cell merger. If this thing continues to move at the speed that it does, it might be pretty difficult for them to immediately catch up. Which means one of two things might need to happen. Of course, as I was, if I were to be chasing. And of course, they could be listening here as well. And so they could easily give their thoughts about it if they wanted to. This storm continues to move at 55 miles per hour, which means regardless if you move 50, 60, 70, 80, although once you're at this part of the state, it's very difficult for you to even get past the higher speeds. It might be better, though it could sacrifice, right, the views. It might be better to parallel it, so that way you might be able to get a better opportunity at it later on. Because right now it's moving too quickly as it's merging. And that's exactly what it's going to do. As long as it will continue to merge, this thing will continue to pick up speed. Which means, as much as they would love to immediately see a tornado right in front of them, it would be very difficult for them to do so. So, what I'm thinking is, there is a road that goes east-northeast out of Alexandria. It's Louisiana 28. Takes you all the way up to US Highway 84, up to Whitehall. The decision will be, do they find a way to get on State Highway 8 and try to come in behind it? Or do they try to keep up with it while not facing any rain and gradually, slowly but surely closing distance? So that way they will be in position to be back out in front of it again in the future. That's my thing. It's, because they can't exactly go north on 165. They're going southeast on US Highway 71 right now. And then if they go north on 165, they get to 8, they have to run back into the rain and they're encountering all sorts of crappy conditions. Although, it is possible, hold up. It is possible, if they do take 8, how bad is this road? I'm not going to send them on another... Oh, this might be a paved road. It looks to be a paved road. Where does this go? Is it still paved as you go out to this point? That is... I have no idea. I'm going to say yes, but I don't think it's worth it. And it doesn't look to be worth it, because you start to get into marsh. Yeah, that road just ends. So realistically speaking, no, there isn't any other way to go around, because there's just nothing but marsh and water. There's no due east option. Unless if you try and pull something up on Google Maps. They're kind of just...
Connor and I are splitting. I think what we're gonna do is go down to Labuse, and then try to get in front of it all the way near Archie.
Okay, so you're taking the 20 some odd option that I was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that highway speeds or whatever speed limits are there can get us
Plus the lack of rain, it should be able to.
in front of it. But I don't know how successful.
Yeah. No, I 100% get that. So right now, they are currently over here. This is where they are at. The storm is due east of them over here near Pollock. There are not really any good east options with the exception of this road right here. And then once you go up, you can go over to Whitehall and then you can go northeast again. The hope here is you take 28 from Alexandria to Walters. You try and get around this thing and you live to fight for another day. That's the hope. Many dead zones on 28. Well, fortunately, it's as straight as you can get it. But you're also, you know, at this stage, you kind of just are like, you know, it makes sense not for it to be dead zones. DeRitter's camera is not online, even though I checked last night and it was online. So, you know, wonderful. Absolutely lovely, isn't it? Otherwise.
Hopefully Connor can confirm this. I believe he is going north towards Bentley, and then we'll try to come up behind it.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, but they turned left on that highway.
So he's trying to get on 8, and he's trying to come back in behind on 8.
Yeah.
'67 near Prospect right now.
Okay. Yeah, this is where tough decisions are made in the world of chasing. But that's the other thing too. You know, chasing is not black and white. You know, that's why there's a lot of respect. You know, you have a lot of respect for these people who actively want to try and figure out what's actually happening with these storms. And to try and get a good point of view on the ground. You know, they don't always get it. They hit, they miss. They always try and find ways to get back in the game. One thing I want to mention here, chat, is that there is a severe thunderstorm warning here in Vernon Parish. Once again, this is the thing that came from Newton County, Texas, and this looks to be trying, once again, to be tornadic. It's trying to get to that next level. So this is a storm that we will have to watch out for, albeit it is small. It is still something that I believe should be monitored. And if you're in Leesville, you definitely should have a plan of action. You know, just on the off chance that something does happen. I'm going to try and get one of these cameras to work. That's probably a bit better. I can just keep that right there. The good news here, ladies and gentlemen, is that there is only one tornado warning, which will expire, believe it or not, at the top of the hour. So we still have another half an hour until the warning is gone. And we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of which is in Louisiana or on the border of Louisiana and Texas. The other, if you haven't seen it already, is up in Oklahoma. Fun times, right? You want to guess? Anyone wants to guess if they were on the risk here today? Anyone wants to guess? Well, the answer is yes. They were in the green one. All right. Which means, even though you're in the green, you could get stuff. But, and there's a big but, that has been the first severe thunderstorm warning for anywhere in the green here today. And, yeah, that is, yeah, that is a big sign as to how small the risk is for anywhere outside of Louisiana and Mississippi here. There you go, Gunny. Seems legit. Sup, Toast? Nice to see you. Glad everyone in chat is doing well. I don't want to socialize too much because, of course, any little thing can happen. And then automatically we got to start, you know, talking all over the place again. But I'm glad everyone is doing well. I hope everyone is doing well, I should say. Could the Torwarn storm be trying to recycle once again? Well, yes, it is currently undergoing a merger, a cell merger. Just absorbed one of the other supercells, and now it is, yeah, it just had a right, it just moved right. Yeah, the jackets do suck again. I'm not having fun with them. That is a big ZDR arc, I'll tell you what. Huge ZDR arc with that. Give me a second as I try and find out. Do that. So their GPS hasn't updated on on Life 360 in a while, but I know they're fine. They should be fine at least. Living like Larry. Well, the good news is that if you're over in Searcy and Somerville, as well as, I believe that's Gina, because someone said in chat, you know, elongate the E. Yeah. This storm has gone very far south because of the cell merger, and because of that, it really has kind of avoided you guys. So you guys are in the clear. Areas along near Antonia and Pollock, as well as Bentley and Triprong, you guys are also in the clear. It's now just areas that are over near Whitehall and Nebo, as well as Walters and Archie. Those are the areas that need to be watched out for. What happened to this dude?
Bum 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 bum. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Bum 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 bum, make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Bum 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 bum, give him 2 lips like roses and clover. Bum bum bum. Something about his restless nights are over. I don't know.
Chat, these are my storm chasers.
Hey, listen, when you're not on a storm, it gets kind of boring.
I get that.
We're just sitting at a stop sign. We're sitting at a stop sign, not moving.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, let's Rick roll the chat. Why don't we?
Okay, well, it's nice to see that the antics on this channel hasn't changed in the past few months of me being gone, and so therefore, now you really know that nothing is different. Yeah, this is really the only Supercell. This event, I gotta tell you, all right? And I had a talk with Riley last night, because Riley was like, all right, I'm chasing today. And I'm like, all right, that's good. You should chase today. But we were talking last night about all the little things that need to happen in order for this event to work. One of which was a storm being discrete. All right, so the cell mergers can be good. They can also be bad for storms. In this instance, it's good for this storm, but it just delayed the inevitable a little bit. Oh, and there's more storms to the south that are trying to form too, which is kind of interesting. You need a storm to be discrete. You need a little bit of dry air aloft. You need higher temperatures. You need better lapse rates. And you need your surface winds to not come out from the south and instead come from the southeast. And you need your boundary to not be unidirectional with your 850 millibar wind shear. So let's find out. Let's find out if any of those things have verified. Let's go to mesoanalysis and say hi, shall we? All right. Surface winds. Should be fun, right? Let us take a look and let us see how things are verified. By the way, I gotta say, my Meteorology 101 class that I'm taking in Penn State, so fun. So amazing. I had like a 95. Now I have like a 92 because I got a 78 on my exam. But that's fine. There's so many things that I've learned in this class, and it's challenged me so much, and it's allowed me to take a look at things differently, which is amazing. And fortunately, I just continue to take more and more classes. So it's amazing. So thank you for the patience. But anyways, wind shear, the surface. You can see a lot of wind barbs that are kind of just going up from the southeast or the south. All right. You want the southeast flow. That's good. This right here, not so much. You need winds to veer a little bit more. All right. So you have winds coming from the south right here, winds coming from the south right here, winds coming from the south, southwest right here. So along this boundary right here, along these storms, you have winds coming from the south. Yeah, I know. Shame. 78 is not good enough for an exam in my book. I need to do better on the next exam. I definitely need to. My previous 2 exams that I had, I got A's. I got a 98 and I got a 90. So, but anyways, that's besides the point. So we had winds once again coming from that area right there. And let's take a look at the 850 millibar wind shear. And they're moving in the same direction of which the winds were coming from, aren't they? Not really a whole lot of veering. Not, it's pretty unidirectional for that, which means there's not really as much turning. Everything is a bit linear. So what you need is you really need a storm to modify its lower level environment to try and get winds to come from the southeast, just like this, or just like this, somewhere, kind of just like this, and into the storm, so that way you can get some form of veering. Otherwise, it's pretty unidirectional in that sense. Well, let's talk about storms being out by themselves. Does this look like we have some discrete storms? Yeah, there's a couple. You have this one right here. And although it looks like a giant blob, what we really mean by discrete storms is, are there storms that are below this line right here? Well, there's a couple. There's some right here, here, definitely down here. But they're not just all over the place, which is amazing. It's really good. So it's semi-discrete. It's not completely discrete, because if it was completely discrete, well, then we would just only have this and not this whole mess. We'd only have this, but not this whole mess, right? We'd only have this. We'd only have this. You get the point, right? So it's semi-discrete. It's clustering semi-discrete, which is kind of what we anticipated. That's what models said, at least. All right, well, let's take a look at the analysis aloft. Let's take a look and see if there is... Can I find, actually, relative humidity aloft? No. Surface of 3 kilometers, relative humidity change. Oh. I need to find something that's better than that. I'm not sure if they have it on here, I'm going to be honest. I haven't looked too much. Cape, helicity, Cape vectors, heavy rain, fire, classic, beta. Yeah, I can't really see too much. I wish I could see aloft, like stuff that's aloft, but I guess not. I guess not. Ooh. What's aloft here? So convergence and divergence is something that we've focused on a lot in my Met 101 class. Basically speaking, you can't really have a low pressure system or a surface low pressure system that has all the convergence in the world without divergence aloft. And if the convergence at the surface is stronger than the divergence aloft, then the low pressure system will weaken. And vice versa, if you have stronger divergence aloft than convergence at the surface. So divergence is the fill, convergence is the red. Divergence, oh wait, so differential divergence is the fill, I'm sorry. Divergence is in purple, convergence is in the red. And there's a lot more convergence than there is divergence, which means this thing is starting to kind of grow a bit upscale. Which is the reason why there's one giant line already. Man, I need to use this more often. This is pretty cool. Now knowing all the stuff that I know from my Met class, oh boy, I'm having a lot of fun. I'll tell you what, the other day I was the other day I was doing my my work at night, and it was really foggy. It had no wind outside. It was really foggy. Relative humidity was high, and about an hour or two earlier, we had total cloud cover. So I was like, well, why is it, on normal days, I'd be like, well, why is it foggy in the middle of the night? Now I know. And when it happened, I was like, oh my God, that's how that works. And I wouldn't have freaked out like that over fog before, I'm gonna be honest. But, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to think about. So. But yeah. Lot of convergence contrast to the little divergence that's aloft. It's gonna be pretty difficult for this thing to really try and fix things. Yeah, I did level up. All right, let's take a look back at our supercell here near Whitehall. That's still trying to do stuff. That is some side lobe contamination to all get out. This is definitely a storm that is considering the following, but it is not considering all that well. I'm going to look back on Life 360 to try and see what's going on. So it looks like Riley and Caleb are both doing the strategy to try and catch back up by going on 28. Specifically, they are south of the airport, which is right there. Cool. So they will be able to catch up to this more than likely. I think it's definitely possible. They just got to get on 84 to do so. But that is the right call. That is 100% the right call. They got to get on 84. And then they just head east. That's a lightning strike that we just saw on camera right there. If they can get... Yeah, there's another storm. That's forming southeast of Alexandria once again. But I don't think that's really going to do too much. Yeah. And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the stuff out in front. So this is really interesting now here, guys. I think the plan or the idea that they had of going up to 28 and following up was the best option. Because now you can easily get onto 84. You can easily try and move on through and catch back up. And then you're at Notches. Which, realistically speaking, you have to kind of decide now. All right. Do I get across the Mississippi River once the storm gets to the Mississippi River? Or do I try to get as close as I possibly can to try and see if this thing actually does something before it crosses the Mississippi River? Now, honestly, and this is just me, I would want to cross the Mississippi River first because this... You see this? Notches. Vicksburg. This is a 30 to 35 mile stretch up and down the Mississippi River. There are no bridges in between that. There's a bridge right here. There's a bridge right here. That's it. The storm is likely going to pass near Notches or north of Notches, which means Notches is the only bridge that you'll have to try and get across into Mississippi. So it's kind of just like have to kind of wait and watch, but man, oh man. Excuse me. Oh, that was earlier. That was a new day one. I didn't really look at it too extensively, I'm gonna be honest. Interesting. TDS south of Leesville? Really? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Could have definitely been a tornado over there. Reed is getting hammered by wind and hail. Is he at Leesville? It's definitely possible. Could be at least some foliage that's picked up. My concern is that it's not really that strong. You know? So, I remember around this type of, around this year, there's these types of tornadoes that form, I think, like cold core setups to where it spins up and it picks up foliage and stuff like that. They're like foliage nados, but they're not like tornadoes, I wonder. If only I had an idea what it is like in Leesville. Riley, are you still here? I'm gonna hope that Riley is here eventually.
Yeah.
What was it like in Leesville when you were down there? Like, were there still leaves on the trees over there?
Like, yeah, there were.
Was there any foliage at all?
There were. Yeah, there was a bit. There was a little bit.
Okay.
Probably more than I remember.
Okay.
I want to say there was a good bit. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thank you for answering my question. That probably means that there was probably, there could have been a tornado, but it also could have been a foliage nado. Which honestly, either or, still meant that there was some strong winds that went through. Yeah, and then that other storm in Newton is kind of just there as well, but it's not rotating as much. I wonder what the storm relative helicity is like down there. It's okay. It definitely could be better, but it is okay. Just trying to see what's going on. New tornado watch. That is a new tornado watch. That's from Mississippi. It's until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Probs are 70-50 still. I didn't read them as a scale discussion, so I guess I should. Probably a good idea, right? Displays, low level flow, expected to increase ahead of this upper trough, resulting in combination of buoyancy and shear contributing to continued threat for severe thunderstorms this evening. Given the strong shear, primary severe risk is tornadoes, a few of which could be strong, with some threat for damaging gusts and or isolated hail as well. Okay, so they're still thinking that anything that's discrete like that probably will be tornadic. Question is how discrete could it be? That's the question. So I'll show you guys the new watch. You can see there's the new watch. Do that actually. And those big red boxes are exactly that. What's up?
Just to let you know, we do plan on continuing a little bit after dark if we think it is worth it, and that watch kind of boosted our confidence. Also, considering it says a couple intense tornadoes possible, so
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it doesn't say strong; it says intense.
It does say intense.
Those are two different terms.
Well, intense was also mentioned in the previous watch as well. So.
Was it?
Yep. Yep, it was.
Okay. Did not know that.
I didn't catch it either, but there it is.
Yeah. Okay. We'll give it a shot.
Okay, sounds good, boss. Good to see that you're still alive and kicking. Man, wouldn't it be nice if we just had a camera? We could just watch. It's like the teeny martini bar, except with thunderstorms. Oh wait, we do. We have a camera over here in Alexandria with the storm that's just barely outside of the city limits. Yes, I know there's a tornado warning, but that's probably going to expire in 5 minutes. I'm going to be honest with you, which will leave us with only a few severe thunderstorm warnings within the main risk to actually monitor. Of course, there's other storms that are along the line, but it's kind of just, it is there. What have you missed? A tornado. Nothing really too big. A tornado. That is buffering warning for this camera, as it definitely is not loading. Excuse me. My head is starting to hurt right here on my forehead. Now, I'm not sure if it's because I need glasses for blue light, which I probably will. Actually, I think I should oh, why is my thing? I'm gonna do all of us a favor. Do that. Boom. I made it so much better. I fixed it. Yeah, my front part of my head's starting to hurt right here, and I'm not sure if it's because blue light or what. But I'm definitely having a whale of a time. Reed's on Highway 84 headed towards Gina. Oh, so he's probably up here. He probably went all the way up, and then he's like Searcy and Whitehall. and is heading down that way. Let's see if I can find here on Live 360. It looks like they are almost there themselves, as their storm is now right in front of them. Yeah, they are actually making some real good time, believe it or not. They are pretty much almost there. Actually, Caleb might be there already. Yeah, he's definitely there already, and he's trying to see what's going on over there, which I don't blame him. There's all sorts of crazy stuff happening right in front, but definitely the right decision. Oh, phone was overheating? Yeah, it's fine. You can, you don't have to be in the, Oh, he's not in the voice chat anyways. But yeah, no, I get that. It'll be a little bit more active though, Morgan. It'll be fine. They just issued another tornado watch. Oh boy, it's only 5 o'clock. Sit here for another 7 hours, more than likely. Maybe a little bit less than that. Probably less than that. These little bean-looking cells doing in southern Louisiana, will they do anything? No, not as of right now, at least. They'll probably do stuff once they go a little bit further north, though. This cell over near DeRidder. Man, if we had a camera that actually worked in DeRidder... Never mind, we have a camera that works in DeRidder. It's looking at the severe thunderstorm warning. I see the SVC, which is basically this cloud right here. And then I see the rain behind it. You know, it could be possible. It could be possible for us to try and see something right in this area here. It could be possible. But right now, we're not seeing too much. Can I do a 3D on that storm? Is it doing much enough for me to do a 3D? It still looks like a baby cell to me. I mean, we can do a 3D. I might need to take more Advil here in a bit, because my head is definitely still having fun. Yeah, it's still a baby cell. It's got a better inflow notch than some of the previous baby cells that we've seen, but yeah, that's still in its infancy as of this moment. It is still a baby. Pretty soon I'm going to have to move my radar over.
I'm unsure if you're able to see my stream, but it just looks like it's a big shelf at this point.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We definitely can. This is Walters. I gotta update that now.
Oh.
Kind of hard to see, but yeah, this is he's definitely on the backside. He's definitely looking at whatever the storm is trying to do. Interesting thing here is that it's moving east northeast, which means if they just follow in behind it on 84, get across into Natchez, and then take 81 up, it might be all right. It might work out. Jonesville looks like it just had a good merger. Did it merge with anything? Oh, it did. Something formed right in the inflow notch, and then it went off. Yeah, it did have a good merger. A lot of high ZDR. Unfortunately, we cannot tell what's happening at the surface because everything is bugged. So, interesting thing to note with that. So, if this thing had a good merger and this thing is trying to jut its RFD out, then what? Let's see the stuff right in front of us here. So, they're on 20. They're on 28. Which looks northeast. So
There's something that's a little more interesting over here.
Yes.
But there's too much trees in the way.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm thinking. It's somewhere right where you pointed. Right in this area here, back behind the trees, obviously. I don't care if it's tilted, that's fine. Yeah, it's just... There definitely appears to be something there. And I think that also, the other thing about it is you can see all the rain. Look at all the rain that's in that. You can see a bit of the hail fog, bit of the RFD. It definitely looks like there is something there. I wonder... All right, Caleb is approaching 84. He's at Archie. I wonder if Caleb is going to try and hook slice. I don't think he will.
There it is. You'll probably get a view from it as we turn this corner.
All right.
I'll move the camera with it. I'll try my best to.
Oh, wow. Even though they're encountering some service issues, you can clearly tell that something's there. Clearly tell. It's like as obvious as you can get it. Leesville NATO. Couldn't tell. Regardless, lots of motion. So yeah, I mean, that definitely looks like could have been a tornado or a foliage NATO, because there definitely is a funnel there. 100%. I'll show you guys what I mean here. This was from Slippy sent this over, of course, but this is from Braden Seo, who is part of Oklahoma University. You can kind of see definitely something right in there. And my best guess is that it did create something at the surface, but more of like a foliage NATO. Nice to see you, Shell. What's up, Cassidy? I actually do that, it zooms out a little bit more. Looks a little similar to the tornado I chased in Virginia, which ended up being like an EF0, borderline EF0, EF1. So motion-wise, you know, doesn't look to be the strongest thing in the world, which is good. Obviously, if it was a lot stronger, then, you know, we'd be having a bigger issue on our hands. Have I really been streaming for 16 hours? No. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 14 minutes. I'll probably stop streaming sometime late tonight. A tornado watch that is going to be in effect until 11 Central, 12 Eastern. Pretty soon I might actually get a hoodie. It's getting a little cold in this house. Usually I have hoodies on. During the winter. Usually. Do that. I mean, they're definitely looking at something interesting, but this thing looks to be trying to do all sorts of things. It's just not there. It's not enough. I'm gonna look at the sky camera and DeRitter again to see if we can see anything. And we can. Wow. This right here on the right. This right here is what I would watch for. Because this looks to me like that's a part of the wall cloud there. Man, if this camera could just turn a little bit. I don't think they're going to turn the camera. Or I don't even think they have powers to turn the camera. But this looks to be your outflow boundary right here. This looks to be your rain that's coming down as your rear flank downdraft. This looks to me like a tail cloud and a wall cloud. So tail, wall. There is definitely something really interesting. What radar is the best view? Fort Polk, Cape Po. For both, either or. Any weather for Mississippi Gulf Coast around Pascagoula? Yeah, but it'd be overnight and it would probably be more gusty more than anything, but it is still definitely possible that a tornado is possible. Hoodie season is amazing, honestly. Why does the thing say 16 hours ago? I have no... It's probably because that's when I posted the thing. That's when I set up the stream. And then I went to sleep, of course. But I set up the stream for everyone to wait. Late last night. I promise I haven't been streaming for 16 hours. I have not. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right, I think now would be a great time, I'm gonna be honest, to shout out some people, specifically some people who have supported the channel. I appreciate it. Colton with the 28 months. 28. Sheesh. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Living Hope with the 2. Thank you so much. Mr. Trauma Boy with the 24 months. Thank you so much. Says, here we go again, Nate. Glad to have you looking out for us. Well, I'm happy to be here regardless if I'm sick or not. I'm honestly, here's my thing here, chat. As we get closer and closer to winter, I'm going to start being more and more available and open. Because this semester of college, I just wanted to see how it would work, how I'd function. And I functioned pretty well. So I'm going to see if I could take it up a notch. Let's see if I can. And I am going to, wow, the wall cloud's still going. Still looking nice there on the right side. I'm going to take it up a notch, and I'm going to be able to try and balance this, plus another job, plus college, and then plus whatever side things that I want to do. So that'll be pretty interesting. And I should be able to do forecasts. I'm not going to put too much time into them if I don't have too much time, obviously. So they may not be as in-depth as you guys usually see it, but there's that. And then if there's any big ice storms, that occur across the United States, then I'm probably going to go live for those, because you can actually do radar analysis with that as well, which is pretty crazy. So, big snowstorms, it'll really have to depend. I mean, if it hits a big city, then I very well could. But there's not really much to talk about when it comes to big snowstorms with radar. It's just like, you know, you're watching snow. Like, unless if there's like a person that's in the city, in the town, that's, you know, sending me or talking to me about stuff, we just talk about it the entire time. It's just kind of hard to, you know, really do too much with it. So, ice storms, you know, you have radar and you have cameras, and, you know, we've made do with less. You know, we've had cameras and radar for the entirety of this channel, so it's not that surprising with that. That's not what I wanted. My storm chasing playlist that I had. Actually, I'm going to want to close that window because I don't accidentally want to like play anything. But yeah.
Nate, realistically, do you think this thing's just going to become a hailer at this point?
Well, honestly, that storm in particular is kind of just the main reason why it's not having as much fun as it is right now is because it's kind of on the border of having some cape and little cape, which means there's definitely not enough rising over there, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that's advecting from eastern Louisiana up into southwestern Mississippi. Talking 175 joules per kilogram of 3 cape. And of course, we already know it has all the vorticity in the world. So honestly, I would just keep following it. That's what I would do.
Keep following. Okay.
That's the best,
All right.
best chance.
I mean, we're kind of stuck behind it.
Well, yeah.
Because it expanded a little bit south, which is splendid.
Chunky storm.
Yeah.
Alma with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Allie, nice to see you in chat. But yeah, that's kind of my plan for this winter. Once we get to spring, who knows? But from now until at least February, maybe at most February, that's my plan. Once we get to, you know, severe weather season, you know, March, April, May, June, honestly, I have no idea what's happening. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what's in store for me. There's so many ideas that I've thrown around, and I just have to wait and see. There's so many different things. Things that I could do, things that I want to do. So let's just take it 1 month at a time, right? 1 day at a time, right? 1 week at a time, actually. 1 day at a time is too simple. 1 week at a time. We'll see what happens in March. Excuse me. I was doing some research before the stream, so I was trying to make some sense out of something. Look at me trying to actually be smart. Wow. It's fine, Alma. Don't worry about it. Realistically speaking, I've been gone for, a couple of months. I don't exactly deserve, a lot of the memberships. I really don't. So, yeah, that storm near Vicksburg is definitely considering the following. I'll tell you what. Wait a second. Hold up, chat. If I remember correctly, the Vicksburg cameras are online. They are doing something. Tristan! You wanna know something funny, chat? Tristan is one of the main guys that run Stormscape. So he's allowed to bully his own group. Although, imagine.
What's he saying?
He sent a $5 dono saying this Stormscape group is awful with like 2,
Yeah, I agree. Terrible.
Nice to see that you guys are
This is
still working
atrocity.
together.
Yeah, as the co-owner, yeah.
As a co-owner.
Oh man, this traffic is fun.
Chaser convergence. Felicity with the
it's more than
28.
that.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So that's Vicksburg. Yeah, big severe storm heading over into Vicksburg. That's a lot of hail with that storm that's heading north of Notches. Listen, as soon as that thing crosses the Mississippi, y'all are going to be okay. Y'all are going to be fine. You can take 61 over to 28, and you can just parallel it that way. Go to Hazelhurst. It is Morgie. You are right. Vicksburg is like the front door of the state for tornadoes. It kind of is. Because every single time something bad happens in Jackson, it always happens in Vicksburg first. Yeah, listen. No one has to explain themselves for not being a member. All right? I'm not... Listen. Me personally, I'm not going to go out of my way to promote memberships as much as I used to. Because realistically speaking, it's just, I'm inconsistent. I really am. And so people support as they come, as they go. I see it as a stream to stream thing, If people really want to support that badly, it's great. Otherwise, there is nothing wrong with you, sitting on the couch and watching me ramble. Because that's what I do. And I'm more than okay with rambling. So, don't worry too much about it. I'm dead serious. I'd actually have more of an issue if people started saying, oh, mass donate and stuff like that. Or everyone should become a member again. Stuff like that. No, I wouldn't. As the system died down, only temporarily, it's going to pick back up here in probably an hour. Something like that. Morgan, do you know which, well, obviously you do know. You just haven't told me. Which airport are you flying into today? You're in Atlanta right now. You going to Newark? You going to JFK? You going to LaGuardia? I'd assume you're going to Newark, but that's just me. Live in Jackson. Always watch Vicksburg for what we're gonna get. Yep. If I knew any better, I'd buy a house in Jackson just to, like a small one, like a studio. Just so that I could just be like a little headquarters for me to go to. Because honestly, I've heard that living in Jackson is not the greatest. You need to get your own water. Stuff always floods. Things aren't exactly the most consistent in the world. Just fun times that I've heard. Fun times. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that's heading up into Alexandria pretty soon. We might take a look at that camera here in a bit. Is that another cell? That is another cell. Yeah, exactly. A studio apartment in Jackson. The garage. Keep your chaser vehicle in it. Have, chaser equipment in it as well. That'd be like my Dixie Alley. Dixie Alley headquarters or storage facility. And I can go into that area as well if I ever wanted to chase hurricanes. Like let's say I wanted to go over to like New Orleans and stuff like that, or Pensacola, other stuff, other places. It's definitely an option. Go Tampa Bay, Miami. Just sit right there for a little bit. That is a new tornado warning.
It's the cell right
Tornado warning
behind
for
this.
northeastern Grant Parish in north
North of
central
Alexandria.
Louisiana, northern La Salle Parish in north central Louisiana.
North of Pollock, heading into Searcy and Gina. Yep, so there's a new tornado warning. There you go. Something was bound to happen eventually, and this thing just decided to quickly spin up right here in front of us. I was looking at it earlier, I was like, man, is that gonna really go? It seems over the past few frames that it is trying. So within the limited amount of time, and still is gonna have a limited amount of time for it to do something, this thing does appear to be tornadic, and it's gonna cross over US Highway 165. So Grant and LaSalle parishes here in Louisiana, you have a tornado warning. And this will be in effect until the top of the hour. So we have another 25, 26 minutes before this thing does end up expiring, or it could potentially get a new tornado warning off of this. But if you're in Searcy, Somerville, Gina, as well as Georgetown, actually Georgetown might be a little bit too far north. But Searcy, Gina, Somerville, guys need to get in your safe space. And if you're north of Antonia on 165, you need to be in a sturdy structure immediately. Otherwise, you will be caught without shelter. And of course, there's a reason why a tornado warning is issued, because they can potentially produce a tornado. So if you're caught without shelter and a tornado's forming right on top of you, that doesn't really sound great. So you need to just do us all a favor. National Weather Service issued the tornado warning for a reason. Get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. Stay away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, it will not work. It will not help you. You need to get into a sturdy building. If you don't have a mobile home, you don't have this, you don't have, say, an area to go to after that, outside of your mobile home, If you're over here in like Gina, over here on US Highway 84, it might not be a bad idea for you to go to Whitehall and to ride it out for a little bit. Because you do have a little bit of time. You do. If I place the marker here, it'll get to Searcy in about 15 minutes. Same thing with Gina in about 15 to 20 minutes. You guys could go east on 84. And you should be, you know, kind of a little bit out of the way. So, you know, might not be a bad idea. That might not be a bad idea if you guys are out there. That's also another tornado warning. I wonder if that's Rapides.
Tornado warning for southwestern Tensas Parish in northeastern Louisiana,
No.
northeastern Concordia Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southwestern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi,
That's your
Jefferson
cell.
County in southwestern Mississippi, northeastern Adams County in southwestern Mississippi.
Oh, Morgan, it's not done yet. It's not. So, listen, I'm not saying Rolling Fork is like everyone was saying stuff about Rolling Fork. I get that. That's stupid. But it's not done. It's not done yet. And the LLJ is not even at max strength quite yet. Things still need to veer. Things still need to, ramble on through. There's a reason why there's still 70-50 probs for the tornado watch in Mississippi. Because they believe that the advection that's in eastern Louisiana is really going to keep discrete modes up. So it's there. Trust it. Just wait for a little bit. There's definitely still going to be a little bit more activity. If I can find the right camera. This might be the camera to watch again for that cell. I'll watch that pretty closely. So new tornado warning, of course, just got issued. And then there might be another tornado warning, honestly, that gets issued over heading into Warren County as well as Yazoo County and even Hinds County. So that might be something to watch out for. But this cell over here that is near the Clayton area, the Faraday area here in Louisiana, as well as areas north of Natchez. If you live over there, and then if you live over near Rodney and Churchill, as well as Fayette here in Mississippi, you need to kind of get into your safe space. Flight takes off in 1 hour and 20. I ain't got time for this. Also, you were right. Being in a plane that takes off is one of the coolest things. I told you. Like, the first 5 seconds, you're like, oh, what the heck? And then once you get, once you wait for like a few seconds, you're like, oh, this is kind of like, whoa. I love flying in planes. Planes are cool. If I could fly more often, I would. Yeah, the cell in Vicksburg is definitely trying to gust out. The only issue that I have with this is that that's exactly what it's doing. It's gusting out. So you would kind of need for some form of bookend vortex to form on the backside in order for this thing to spin up. Because other than that, this thing is a gusty wind maker and a half. Like, this thing is gusty as all get out. But planes are fun. Wow, that's still contaminated. And it's going to continue to be contaminated because I forgot that this radar has issues right there. Lovely. Lovely. I was, I still kind of want to become a pilot. Get my pilot's license. But it might not be something that I can do right now. I mean, I definitely could, but it might not be something that I want to do right now. The one thing I will say, though, is that this storm is definitely... or these storms are definitely trying to continue to move about. The storm that got tornado warned in Grant and LaSalle Parish, as it kind of, as we kind of expected, it pretty much died. It pretty much died. And, it kind of makes a bit of sense. Makes a bit of sense why. When storms get close to each other like this, and close in proximity, the space into which moisture that's not rain can go into starts to lessen more and more. So if we go back in time, the storm was out by itself, strengthening, doing everything it can to be a strong, severe storm. And now look at it. It's got a friend. And the good news about storms who have friends is that you start to lose more and more stuff that you have to share. The more storms around means that you have to kind of distribute all the moisture evenly, and you start to get less and less spread out across. So, would I be a private pilot or commercial? I'd be private. Private makes more money. But I would also do it recreationally as well. Not like I don't have a choice. So this area of moderate risk has a chance of microburst or straight line winds like it happened here in August? Probably not. It's not a moderate risk, fortunately. It's in an enhanced risk. Here, I'll show you. Guys, I haven't shown you in a little bit. Refresh the page. Refresh it. There you go. You can see risk is starting to kind of, get smaller and smaller. So if you're in this dark green, you guys are pretty good. But it's these orange and these yellows. Those are the ones that you kind of got to watch out for. What's up, Zane? Nice to see you. It's good to see you again. Weak tornado just crossed the road. Wow, nice, weak tornado crossed the road, power flashes east of Jonesville. That was 25 minutes ago. But that's also all in caps. Like, that's a lot of caps. Oh, this is from Carmen Palermo. This was 22 minutes ago. So I'll my apologies. I'll show you guys now what they sent me here on Twitter. And this is the storm that's currently tornado warned. So if we go back over here, you can see there's our tornado warned storm. This is what they saw on it. Look at how crazy that looks. Look at all the greenage. Look at the lowering here. This is actually more... This looks like a wall cloud right here. This looks like rear flank downdraft. cool. And once again, that's from Carmen Palermo. If you guys want to go see that for yourself, I actually liked and retweeted that, so you can go on to my Twitter. I like and retweet a lot of stuff, even stuff that I can't even show here on YouTube. But yeah, look at that. Have I seen the 21Z observed soundings out of Jackson and New Orleans? No, I have not. They're really going all out with their soundings here. Wow. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a gander. And I'm going to bear witness to those soundings. Sounding analysis. 21Z. I want to see specifically. There's Jackson. I mean it's not bad. Wind shear's definitely not having fun. Lapse rates are really good, I'll tell you what. It's 80 degrees in Jackson. Got some dry air aloft. So a little bit of an EML. That cape is abysmal, though. I'll tell you what. Surface cape and mixed layer cape, not too far off. I mean, it's not bad. This photograph is, though. This photograph is terrible. This is almost as unidirectional as you possibly can get it. What about New Orleans? It looks like it might have died. But that's fine. We can take a look at what happened from here to here. And it looks to me like there is a nice EML present. The PBL is definitely good enough from 700 down. Yeah, surface cape and mixed layer cape is very similar with this. Once again, because it goes from... Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, and it goes from the PBL down. Wow. So, I mean, this isn't bad. The photograph isn't bad. This is in, of course, once again, Slidell. Huh. There is definitely energy. The only thing that I have against this is... Well, there isn't really much that I have against it. Got 159 3 cape. Tell me if you're wrong, Nate. A green sky usually indicates hail. You are correct. That's usually what it means, at least. It's mainly because the light passing through rain and hail. Light is yellow. Water and hailstones usually reflect blue light. Yellow and blue, green. Tried to message me on Discord, didn't go through. We'll try again. It'll probably work this time. If you do so. $700 warm nose is the only issue. This isn't even really a warm nose. You'll see that if this sounding continued, it would go all the way up. We'd have more cape. We probably would have about 1,000 to 1,000. What? 200? Let's see. Surface cape. Yeah, about 1,500. Of course, there's 2,500 more to the west of New Orleans. Will that actually advect north, though? Probably not. I mean, it's still a decent environment, and it still continues to be decent even into the overnight hours. But it won't be as bad as 2,500 joules per kilogram. 3 Cape surface vorticity is still pretty good, so that's one thing of note. That Alexandria storm is looking really crazy still. Oh yeah, this thing in Fayette just clustered. Thanks, Radar, for being absolutely wonderful. This thing near Redwood here in Mississippi. Not sure if it's tornadic. It looks like it's more of a wind maker. You can kind of see this bowing characteristic. See that? Bowing characteristic. So a lot of the strongest winds are concentrated in the middle part of that bowing, as you can see. And then it just kind of pushes that way. Anything on the ground? Not right now. There was earlier, though. There definitely was earlier. But it doesn't look tornadic as of this moment. Still, it's going to head off into portions of Phoenix, Brownsville, Pocahontas, Bentonia, Satartia, that general area there in Mississippi. So should definitely watch out for that. That's a report of a wall cloud, low rotating wall cloud west of Louisiana 1700, developing a beaver's tail. That's from Rashad Smith. Which honestly I wouldn't be too surprised about, because that storm has definitely been looking pretty gnarly as we've been watching that live. So I just got a voicemail. I have no idea who that it was that called me, and I will pay attention to it later. I will. Mississippi seems to be getting hit a lot. Yeah. Well, this is the time of year for that, honestly. There we go. Wanted to do that. Yeah, that storm that is approaching Alexandria looks very ominous, to say the least. There is definitely what appears to be a hooking characteristic that is developing on that. And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. They could potentially put a new tornado warning for this storm. They could potentially do it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But not too sure. I don't know why this tornado warning up here is still out. One for Grant and LaSalle. For Gina. That storm might have grown up scale. I'm very curious. Well, they are going to get around.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
I want you to consider something for me.
What am I considering?
Look at the back end of this cluster. Look at the back end of this cluster that's moving over Natchez right now.
It's quite a bit of hail. That's also another supercell that's trying to develop there potentially.
Yeah, that's what I think.
You could always head south on 61.
This one that we're trying to catch up to is just getting more and more shrouded in rain.
Well, yeah. It just so
So
happened to have
that-
another storm develop inside of it. And it just blew up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
That one that's a little further back may be the new one to go for.
Especially since it's riding the outflow boundary, I would have to agree.
Mm-hmm. So,
So, fun times await.
61.
Mm-hmm. Wow. A lot of chasers. Just stuck on these storms. Otis with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Is Reed out there? Yeah, but I have no idea where Reed is, honestly. That is a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud heading into Alexandria. Wow. Okay. Well, it took a while for this camera to be relevant, but there you go.
Yeah, I believe Connor's on that cell.
What? Which, the one that's behind it?
Alexandria. Yeah, he is. He's on it. See if you can get him in here.
Yeah, he is. I wonder if he's seeing anything. I'm not gonna, like, go out of my way to really, like, ping the crap out of him, because he's gonna be, you know, chasing for a reason, but... Why does everyone... I don't understand people sometimes. I feel like, yeah. Is Northwest Georgia at I-20/Alabama line gonna get bad? Not really. That'll be a tomorrow type thing, honestly. That'll be a tomorrow type thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand the weather community sometimes. Because I think people, when they try to forecast, they always are like, all right, we want to try, you know, it 100% is going to have, you know, the standard of discrete cells, and those discretes are going to be pretty bad. And, you know, that's what's going to happen. And then when they see semi-discrete mode and or clusters, and it doesn't really do a whole lot, though it can, and it still can, they're like, bust, 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 bust. I think people try to forecast and hope for discrete mode sometime, and then they get super disappointed when it's not super discrete, like it's not super clean. And I'm like, just forecast correctly. And if you don't know how, well then that's an entirely separate story. But yeah, that storm. Alexandria. Ball, Criolla. It's actually south of Criolla heading into Tioga. Reed is on the Alexandria storm. Cool. So if you want to go see Reed Timmer, he's live on YouTube. Is that a counterclockwise cell southwest of Boyce? Boyce sounds very familiar. It's that one. Southwest. Doesn't look to be. Definitely could be, though. Will Hutton with the 19. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. I'm going to see if there's any other way. Beans are starting to look bad. These ones? They need to consider the following. We've had a bunch of beans that have popped out across the board. They need to figure out their issues. Alright, it is 6 o'clock. I have no idea if I have anything to eat, anything for dinner, but I am definitely hungry. And it's only been 3 hours. Fun. Oh, that is RFD. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. So this is probably where a wall cloud is, and I think that is a wall cloud. There's your RFD. It is starting to surge in. This camera is looking west. So westward looking camera. Interesting. Now I know. Nice to see you, Monsieur. That's a new tornado warning for Alexandria.
Tornado warning for Northeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
There you go. Well, the supercell seems to not want to go away. There's sky cameras in Alexandria? Well, send them along! I've been looking for, since the dawn of time. I have not had any luck finding Alexandria sky cameras, but if you know where some are, please, please, please. I will gladly take them in. Genuinely. Here. Alexandria, Louisiana sky cameras. Oh, really? You're not joking. These are new. There's no way. Look at that, chat. Look at that wall cloud. Excuse me. No, no, go back. I just got on here. Don't lose me now. Am I gonna be live tomorrow? I'm not sure if I'm gonna be live tomorrow. I've got some things I need to do. I need to look over my project again. And I'm not sure if the event is super big tomorrow. I-49 a U. Oh, so this is just. So no, there's only just one camera. There is legitimately only one camera. One additional camera that we have found in Alexandria, and it is now looking the other way. They need to turn it back. Well, the good news is I know that this camera's looking southwest now. Or kind of west-southwest. West-southwest? No. Just west. Only west. Listen. KALB station tower camera? I have no idea where the KALB station tower is. But one thing I do know is that there is a camera in Alexandria that I am now going to use from now on. Alexandria, Louisiana. It is... Which one? This one. Put that in there. This is a west-looking camera. I can't tell you how many times I've searched for cameras in Alexandria. KLB TV camera, yep. And now we have a camera in Alexandria. This is great. Well, I think we should go back to that camera. This one right here. This is the only camera we have within that. But still, new tornado warning once again. Ball and Tioga. North of Alexandria. So Alexandria in itself, you guys are fine. You guys are okay. It's the areas that could be... Oh, those, yeah, those are the, appreciate it, Cassidy. I'll look through those in a little bit, actually. But Alexandria in itself should be fine. The storm is going off a little bit further towards the north. You can kind of see there's a little bit of a hook right here. Supercell, definitely there, definitely present. It's got a lot of rain in the inflow notch. I'm not sure if this is because the updraft is starting to kind of fail a little bit, or if there's just a lot of moisture that's converging into high relative humidity. I don't know. What I do know is that this thing, though, is still rotating, still trying to be tornadic, which means this thing has a decent shot at trying to still produce a tornado. So we shall see. We shall see how that moves about. But regardless, Ball, Tioga, Lebuse, or Lebuse, or areas north of that, guys might want to get into a sturdy structure. And honestly, might be a new tornado warning that gets issued here for Grant and LaSalle parishes as well. Could get Pollock and Rogers involved, which honestly I think could very well be the case. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. Maybe more Rogers more than anything, but I want to go to Jackson's radar. Man, that storm is just clustered. There are so many storms that have just decided to cluster over there. This storm over here that is starting to head over towards Phoenix, Brownsville, Flora, Pocahontas, areas near Bentonia and south of Bentonia, and even heading into the Ridgeland areas here pretty soon. A lot of strong winds. Not really as much of a tornado threat. Not really as much of a tornado threat. Tioga. Okay, perfect. Yeah. I don't know what's happening in chat, but anyways. Yeah, I have no idea what's happening in chat. Someone is saying they were putting PayPal stuff in there. I definitely did not see that, but then again, I might be blind. You get LASIK surgery, and then you end up being blind. That's happened. My mom had to get LASIK surgery for a second time, and then was not blind. I mean, she wasn't blind, but like her eyesight got worse after the first time, so she had to get it again. Oh, that seems legit. Took a bunch of $50 size tail on the hook of tornado warning storm in Faraday, Louisiana. That was from Trey. Trying to look through some of the stuff that I've seen here on Twitter. Of course, I can't, actually show some of this stuff, but there you go. I seriously question it, at least. I did not say that. I did not say that you did. You did or didn't. Let's do a sports tone. There's a lot. Not sure if you saw it on Twitter or not. No, I haven't been paying attention to Twitter a whole lot as of recent. Whenever I go, I just go to mess around a little bit. Other than that, I mean, that's pretty much all there is with that. What in the heck is that? Something smells good downstairs, and I really kind of want to go downstairs to see what that food is. Can you blame me? I also want to see what cameras are on the north side of Ridgeland that I might be able to use. So there's Ridgeland. Canton's the furthest north that it can go. It's this camera. So if we go here, camera's unavailable. Are you serious? What about this one? That's unavailable too? Man, these cameras are so amazing right now. All right, so maybe when these storms get closer and closer, we'll be able to have an idea.
I think there's a chance that Fell in Alexandria lasts.
Lasts, you said?
Yeah, like makes it over through the Delta and over into Mississippi.
It's possible. It's just got to deal with some other
Because we're not
thunderstorms
all
them.
too sure that the stuff. Yeah, we're not too sure that the stuff over here is gonna do anything.
Don't you love it when there's no radar coverage out there?
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Hey, the good news is that by 2024, there's like spring of 2024, I believe, we might get a little bit more help because they're moving that radar, the New Orleans one, over to Hammond. So it's going from Slidell
Ooh.
over to Hammond. I honestly like that so much better because then I might be able to see what's happening in Baton Rouge. Why they didn't do that to begin with, I have no idea because they already have a radar in Mobile. But, you know, what do I know?
Yeah.
What do I know? Seems legit, Gabby. Yeah, I'm thinking about going downstairs and finding out what that thing is for lunch, or not lunch, dinner, and then bringing it up. Smells like shish kebabs. Is that, hold up. Is that someone who, is that an accident? Or is that someone who got pulled over? I think that might be an accident. Why do we always find something when it comes to police and stuff like that on cameras? I think that's an accident. That's lightning for sure. It's kind of crazy. All right, well, it looks like the storm that produced the tornado warning north of Alexandria has moved north of the tornado warning. There might be another one here soon, so don't be surprised. But other than that, it's not really doing too much. All right, so yeah, I'm going to figure out. I'm going to figure out what that is for dinner and then bring it upstairs. And then get another water bottle so I can drink some more water. So as I said, my head is pounding me. Oh, my legs. Oh, my legs. Oh, they're stiff. Yawn. I am not right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say I was almost right. It's the same contents for shish kebabs. They just individually cook them. They didn't actually put it on a skewer and cook it that way. So technically I was wrong. Technically. But I was right too. Ugh. I just took some more medicine. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southwestern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana, East Central Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana.
Huh? Oh, that one. Chat. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a hoodie. Hold up. I'm out. I'm gonna go get myself a hoodie because I'm cool. Like, I'm not cool, but like, I'm not cool as in that's not a way to describe me. I'm cool as in I'm cold. I had an opportunity, chat, to plug my merch, but honestly, I don't care. You met Oswaldo Cabrera? That's pretty cool. Does he know if you guys are gonna sign Otani or not? Or Yamamoto? Oh, jeez. Alright, yeah, so now I feel a little bit warmer. And I feel a little bit better, too. I also need my chain out. There we go. Had to get the chain out. Yeah, I mean, this is a fair tornado warning. I do not see any sort of debris, though. They canceled the tornado warning north of Alexandria, so I think they're pretty much done with that. At least for right now. Oh, that's a merger. It might go into Union Church, head further east into the Brookhaven area. That might be something to watch out for still. I think there's still some form of supercell right there, but it's an ugly looking supercell right here. Appreciate it, Barbie. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Picking up activity in the nighttime hours? No. It's not. It's the same. It's just the wind shear picks up. It depended upon how much warm air advection occurred. And it kind of just was like. It was okay. It wasn't as good as it could have been. So. What happened to the stations? These stations work. What happened to the other ones? I have no idea why. I guess they're just not working right now then. Oh well. I mean, I guess. Appreciate it, Darren. Thank you so much. One thing I will say about tomorrow's event, there isn't really too much, believe it or not, but there is a slight risk, and it does include a 5% chance for tornadoes. Now, depending upon how I see this evolve, I could potentially stream tomorrow. I could do it. For Mobile, for Montgomery, for Pensacola, goes all the way over to Mexico Beach, Panama City. Well, not Mexico Beach, but just Panama City Beach. Stuff like that. So depending upon how things evolve, could determine if I do stream tonight or not. Tornado on the ground, Capo radar. Is it really that storm? Did that storm finally put something? Yeah, that looks like something. Yeah, it finally did. There you go. That is 100% as textbook as you can get it. You have spectrum width, which is turbulence, correlation coefficient, ZDR, low ZDR. I wonder if PHI, yeah, and a heavy spike in a PHI, you can tell. Yeah, that is pretty textbook, if I do say so myself. So that is a tornado in progress. And if you know anyone that lives near Leander and Hinniston and Calcasieu, or some people would say Calcasieu, so that probably is that as well. Probably is Calcasieu. Melder, Otis, Sepier, Gardner, all those areas you guys need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because this storm, yeah, there it is. Look at the debris ball. Bigger debris ball now. And you can actually kind of see that this is really pushing now. You can see the RFD has really surged through. You can see there's now a lot of strong winds starting to kind of filter out and around. Yeah, that is this is really interesting actually. I wonder how strong this actually could get. And there's the confirmation that this is a tornado confirmed. Tilt 2 is some very good rotation. I'll have to look up and tilt then. Yeah, it does. Tilt 2 has 44 on top of 50. So this definitely, oh, and surface tilt looks a lot better now. Yeah, this might be one of our strong tornadoes here, chat. Yeah, RFD starting to wrap around fully. It's starting to pick up again. You can see how nothing really changed on the green side of things. So the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Nothing really changed on the greens. The reds started to uptick there because of the rear flank downdraft. I mean, look at that. Look at how spiral. Look at how much of a spiral there is. And then the outflow boundary. This is definitely as textbook of a supercell as you probably could get it. Hope college classes are going well. Penn State lost to Michigan. Steelers lost to the Browns. Oh, well, it happens. Steelers are awesome. The 70s. So I've heard. Steelers are... there's the reason why they have the most Super Bowls. But believe it or not, and this might get me in all sorts of trouble, but then again, I respect everyone in the AFC North. Everyone in the AFC North. I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. Southern portions of PA is where I'm located, so a bit closer to Baltimore than I am to Pittsburgh or Philadelphia. Yeah, it looks like this thing is still going. It looks like this thing also temporarily weakened. We have a lot of the pixels that are outside here that has started to kind of filter out, or I should say fill out. So now we have a lot of convergence here, not as much divergence above it. You're in Woodworth, what should you do? If you're in Woodworth, you still have a lot of time, so you're pretty good. A lot of time between now and then, but what I would do in Woodworth is I would try and figure out where you should go in case of a situation into which a tornado could be heading into your general vicinity. You won't be able to know until a little bit closer because, of course, there's a lot of things that can happen between now and then, but the storm will be at your doorstep in 45 minutes. Now, will this thing still have a tornado on the ground? That's a little bit unlikely, at least not this tornado. It might have a new tornado, but we would have to see. But the one thing that I urge for the people who are in the path of these storms is make sure you have a way to get into a sturdy structure. And once you do, try and find a way to get in the lowest, innermost part of it, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Mobile homes will not cut it. And if you do live in a mobile home, you should get out of the way of this storm. Just get in a car, drive away from it if you can. Baltimore's your second favorite team? I don't know how that works with you being, I'm assuming you're a Steelers fan as well, because you know a lot about Pittsburgh, but regardless, I love what my Ravens are doing. My family is season ticket holders, and it's always nice to go to the game with them because they always have home seats. Yeah, it looks like this rotation has started to weaken. Yeah, so now the inflow has started to weaken a bit. Now it's just being outflow driven. A lot of gusty winds here. So Leander and Hinston, even though this tornado is weakened and is still weakening, it's still on the ground technically right now, we're gonna expect to see the winds start to increase and also expand. It's gonna expand in all sorts of different directions. So I'd watch out, and that's kind of the reason why the debris ball got larger here over the past few frames. You see it was so concentrated, pixel to pixel, and then it ended up getting larger and larger. You see how it's now something like this. I mean, that is a bit of a difference here. And that's mainly because it's not as concentrated. It's now kind of spreading out just a little bit more. So that's pretty interesting to note. Going to Jets Dolphins on Friday? Yeah. You should be able to have fun with that one. Is this a new mesoscale discussion? Yes, it is. New mesoscale discussion for portions of Louisiana. I want to take a look and see. Across parts of central Louisiana, a band of convection has shown slow maturation, with a couple of supercells becoming established from the broader convection over the last couple of hours. Ongoing within a moist and unstable environment, conditions look favorable for these storms to maintain intensity this evening. Strong, mid, and upper level shear will continue to favor organized storms, including supercells and short line segments. While surface winds have veered slightly this afternoon, low-level hodographs remain long and supportive of strong low-level mesocyclones. Low-level shear should increase to the east beneath a southwesterly low-level jet as storms mature. They should remain capable for a few tornadoes and damaging gusts along central and eastern Louisiana this evening. That was by Lions. Love Lions, by the way. Notice how he mentioned, or he did not mention, he failed to mention, strong tornadoes. So hope the Jets win so that the Bills get the top spot. That's gonna be pretty difficult, to be honest with you. New quarterback. first game playing against a team that just kind of does things like Miami. It's gonna be a little hard. Honestly, I'll be happy if Miami loses. Give me a little bit more comfort for the Ravens. I need Philadelphia to win tonight. Need them to beat the Chiefs. That'd be great. Go back to the storm that's north of Jackson. Only west and south are good views. West, south. What about this? North, north. Wow, these cameras are not gonna help me. They are not gonna do it. Excuse me? That's lovely. Yeah, I guess the only camera we can use is just this one, I guess. Nope, can't use that one either. Can I get a bone thrown at me? Throw me a bone. The quality of this camera is not amazing. Let's try the northern view. Let's see what this looks like with that. We could also easily switch it to the western view. Although south might be best. We might have to stay on this camera after all. Oh, that's a power flash that we just saw. So this is with the storm that's heading into Canton, Ridgeland, and Madison here north of Jackson, Mississippi. This storm is still tornado warning. That is still a supercell. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi, northern Lincoln County in south-central Mississippi, Jefferson County in southwestern Mississippi, northwestern Franklin County in southwestern Mississippi, Copiah County in central Mississippi.
That thing is still going. And it's still trying to be tornadic, which is honestly kind of crazy. Alright. I'm going to try and eat parts of my dinner while I can. I have a bunch of sausage. I have some peppers. I have some rice. You're south of Canton? I would recommend you get indoors and stay away from windows. You have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's what I would do. That's a big gusty wind threat. So there's the new tornado warning. It'll be heading off towards the Jefferson County. Yes, it's Jefferson County, Copiah County, northern portions of Lincoln County, southern portions of Claiborne County. Union Church, Hazelhurst, Martinsville, Gallman, areas near I-55 over there, as well as State Highway 28. Guys might want to get into a sturdy structure, get in the lowest innermost part of your building, because this is a definitely a tornadic supercell, and there might be another one with it. Yeah, they just decided to warn the entire thing, which I don't know why they did that, but if you live in those areas along I-55, Union Church, stuff like that, you guys are going to want to go ahead and head out now, head to your safe space. You got, fortunately, a bit of time, but half hour at most. It'll be at your doorstep in a half hour. Florida Skyview with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, enjoyed hanging out today, watching the coverage. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming out. So this is both lightning. I mean, we have lightning. We might have a power flash or two, maybe. Florida, Mississippi got really tight. But this one? Yeah. Maybe it's a bookend vortice. It is possible. Mayhaps. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible there. If you're near Flora, if you're near Highway 22, north of Canton, or not north of Canton, west of Canton, north of Highway 22, guys might want to get indoors and stay away from windows as well. It looks like the rain is really starting to come down on our camera in front of us. Here, let's put that up so you guys can kind of see. I'm going to go back to our Fort Polk storm here. Yeah, so it did produce a tornado. Now it's Fujiwaraing. A new mesocyclone had formed on the northern end, and it's going to try and spin into the other one. So now we also have even a bookend vortex. I wonder if it's now going to start to try and grow upscale because this outflow boundary is going quicker than the actual storm. Interesting. You work in Canton, came home early to dodge all of this, as you should. That's very responsible of you, and I would actually do the same exact thing. That is if I wasn't chasing it. If I wasn't running into it on purpose. We'll just say that. But yeah. No, good on you. That's good stuff. Cool. Oh, it's on the ground? Ooh. Yeah. Maybe. It's honestly hard to say. I'm gonna be honest with you. It looks like it was. But it's very hard to say because dual pole says it is, right? So you have dual pole, right? Because you have values of below -1 dB. But then reflectivity, of course, is just like, huh. And the couplet is like here, you know? Which is kind of the reason why I'm like, I wonder. Honestly, it's hard to say. The one thing that I can say is that regardless, that's some significant damaging winds that are moving about over there. Because in order for you to display CC like that, you would definitely have needed to have some form of rear inflow jet. which is kind of what happens on bookend vortices. You need to have a rear inflow jet to kind of punch through and then to have spin. This also could have been an occlusion too. Yeah, could have definitely done that too. But very hard to say. When observed again, confirmed tornado was located over Hinniston, east of 25. Radar confirmed. I'm not sure about that, honestly, but I mean, what do I know? What do I know? Should Alexandria be concerned with the LeCamp tornado? I mean the Leander tornado or the LeCamp? Where's LeCamp? Honestly, I wouldn't. Not right now. It'd be a south side of Alexandria more than anything. But other than that. I need to drink water. I think that medicine that I just took has helped a lot though, because now my head doesn't hurt as much.
Tornado warning for northeastern Rankin County in central
Oh,
Mississippi,
come on.
northwestern Scott County in central Mississippi, southeastern Madison County in central Mississippi.
What? I don't understand. Why? Are they sure they were in the right place? I mean, that's the new area of rotation. There's a little bit of a left flank velocity enhancement on the side. Yeah, but I mean, that's just... It feels late to me. You know, like, if you weren't gonna warn the past one, you know, like, are you just making it up for it now, I guess? I don't know. The one thing I do know is that Canton's in a tornado warning. Areas in between Ridgeland and Canton is in a tornado warning. So guys need to watch out for that. Is there, by any chance, the quality of the camera is so amazing. It's lovely. It's genuinely lovely. To do that real quickly. Yeah, I don't get it. Apparently, I don't get a lot of things. Wendy with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So, Canton and Sharon, in areas northeast of Ridgeland, guys got to get in your safe space. Because National Weather Service apparently sees something in there that I don't, which is common. Sometimes that happens, you know? Sometimes things just kind of fire off. I mean, just to me, it seems like this is kind of gusting out a little bit too much. You might get a bookend vortex here, maybe, but it's really... This thing is wind. Wind. You know what I mean? Tornado warning over in Louisiana no longer exists, which is great. That is perfect. That's a new area of rotation over near Jonesville. And of course, we have the other stuff down south, which we should, of course, continue to pay attention to. Still quite a bit of a gnarly supercell. Near Union Church, heading towards Martinsville, Hazelhurst, Wesson. I mean, look, it is quite the supercell. Quite. Look at that. That is a heck of a signature. Tell you what. Ha! That sounds about right. Yeah, I agree. I'm looking on Twitter and someone had an idea. They were talking about this storm. And it looked like this storm was really trying to get its act back together. One thing that I just want to mention here is that we are getting very close to 0Z. Or 6 o'clock Central. 5 Mountain. 7 Eastern. Why is that important? Well, the main reason is because the National Weather Service does weather balloons at 0Z and 12Z. And so they're getting very close to launching a weather balloon that's over near Jackson. And I'm very interested to see what's going on over there. And I'm very interested to see what's going on over in New Orleans because they also launch a weather balloon over there as well. These are in the National Weather Service stations. So, honestly, really interesting. Okay. Continue to munch my food. It's pretty good. Yeah, I think this one that's heading into southern or areas south of Jackson near Hazelhurst and Wesson. This is definitely going to be the one to watch. I think it's going to be this storm in particular. Go to mesoanalysis. Wind shear's starting to go a little bit. It is a little No, it's not unidirectional. Yeah, that storm that's over in southern Mississippi, at least from a wind shear perspective, looks really good. And it's getting closer towards that big plume of 3 Cape. Yeah, I think this storm right here that is in Mississippi, it should be the one to watch. It should be. Storms are now starting to move on through into Alexandria right now. There is one storm that is severe warned. Could have the potential to try and produce a tornado, but otherwise, I don't think that really is going to do all too much with that. I really firmly believe that the only 2 storms that we got to watch out for is the one that's north of Jackson, the one that's south of Jackson. Those are the final 2 storms. Those are the ones that are left. There is one that is a little bit behind that near the Jonesville and the Walters area. That one may potentially be something to watch out for, as that still looks to be a supercell. But do I agree with Morgan with his thing that he said on Twitter? No. Nope. It is 0Z, and though it is getting close to the end, it is getting very close to the end, because the peak is supposed to diminish within the next hour or 2, and it'll start to gradually become better and better. It will... I almost dropped my knife. It will still have an opportunity to do things. What about Carthage, Mississippi? Isn't Carthage like all the way up there? Hold up. No, that's Corinth. Carthage sounds familiar, but why can't I put... Isn't it like down here? No, I completely forgot. I'm just gonna shut up and look up. He's on his 2nd flight. I heard. He's gonna be heading back home for Thanksgiving. Carthage, Mississippi is like Memphis, isn't it? No, it's not. What the heck? Why can I not? It's northeast. I can't. I'm rusty. I can't remember a lot of these places. Cut me some slack. Yeah, Carthage is going to be watching out. Man, this supercell just evolved out of nowhere. How the heck did it do that? It merged. It merged with a bunch of other storms. What is this? Well, it just magically merged with a bunch of storms, and now it's going to start being tornadic again. So there you go. Do not be surprised if this thing produces a tornado. Got decent ZDR arc. Although it is starting to kind of go away from it a little bit. It might be even shedding its CDR arc. Yeah, if you're in Ludlow and Wiggins, maybe Carthage. Maybe. We'll have to see in a little bit. Definitely need to watch out. Wow. Because look, there are some storms that form right here. You see how we have a couple other storms? And then they just appeared right here. Yeah, see that? They just popped up right within this area right here. Pop up, and then just fed into it. It turned more right to it. It definitely turned a little bit more right. Might want to look towards Wesson, Mississippi. High wind being reported. Wesson. I'm going to search up where that is because I have no idea where that is. Weston, Mississippi is north of Brookhaven. Okay, so it's in the path of this cluster, which we'll have to watch out for. Find out what's going on with that. I'm gonna look to see. I doubt they're doing the funny, but I want to see regardless. Looks like they're booking it west. They are booking it north. All right, so a lot of the people that I know might be trying to head home. He is going where? Northwest. So he's trying to get on the back in the game a little bit. Interesting. You've never been in a real tornado before? Well, hopefully that doesn't happen, but I'll stay here regardless. I'll make sure to let you know if stuff's going to be gnarly or not. I'm going to go back to Fort Polk's radar because this storm over here that's south of Alexandria still looks to be trying to do something. Thank you, El Traski. Appreciate you for sharing this. Show video. Okay, apparently that cannot be loaded, which is wonderful. That cannot be loaded either, which is wonderful. Can it be loaded now? Nope. These cameras are just malfunctioning all over the place. Yeah, that's just not working. Do you think you can storm chase with the iPhone Pro Max? I mean, you sure can. You would just need to take pictures, and you would need to make sure that your phone's charged, and you would need to make sure that if you do chase, you scan or you look out at the chase territory that you're going to be driving through. Because if you become familiar with it, you try to find like farmlands and stuff like that, then you can head to those areas and have a better viewing experience than looking through trees and stuff like that. So, but I mean, yeah, you definitely can chase with the phone. Just make sure you have a radar on it. Either radar scope or radar omega. Either one works. Recently, I've been getting back into scope. Like, omega was pretty cool. I mean, well, not was. It was fine. And then it had an update that was pretty nice, at least in theory, and then it just wasn't what I thought it was. Which was a little disappointing, but that's besides the point. And then Radar Scope came out with a new update for Apple, and hopefully it'll come out for Android here soon, where you can do satellite and soundings. I love the way they do their soundings from the weather balloons. I like it. I like it a lot. I still think this storm that's southwest of Alexandria could potentially still try to be something, but as of right now, it's a lot of wind. But don't be surprised. If you're in Woodworth, honestly, I would get indoors and stay away from windows. Treat this like it's a tornado warning regardless. And especially if you're north of Woodworth as well. If you're north of Woodworth, if you're near Willow Glen and Chambers, it's possible. It's possible that we could be seeing a tornado here very soon. It's possible. Should I try to 3D the South Mississippi storm? Nope. All that contamination will make things way too difficult. Not willing to do that. That thing sucks. That thing sucks.
Hey, Nate.
Yo, yo.
This is not really sure what to do here. I mean,
That's not really.
there's a chance that we could run all the way south of Alexandria, but we don't know that we want to do that, especially with it being nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, it being this messy, plus nightfall is a lot worse than expected.
Yeah.
So honestly, we may just say, "Oh well, let's go home."
Well, yeah, I mean, the mode that you're chasing, because you're over in Louisiana still, you would need stuff to kind of converge on the line in order to create spin-ups anyways, and it'd probably be HP as all get out, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Probably doesn't spell great for you guys.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll probably join Caleb and them in the long drive back.
I mean, you saw some in the beginning, and then
Yeah.
chased up. So it wasn't bad.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not too much bad stuff happens
Mm-hmm.
from on out through the rest of the night.
Yeah. It's really this one cell in Mississippi, south of Jackson. That's the only one that we have to watch out for now.
Yeah.
Because it really just
Right.
broke through all that clustering and decided to be a supercell again.
Mm-hmm. Somehow.
Magic. Love radar holes.
Yep.
Because maybe, you know,
All right.
would have been a little bit easier to figure that out. Okay.
Good luck with the rest of the stream. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll I'll definitely need it. Thankfully I took medicine. My head's not hurting as much anymore, but
Yeah, well, I'm probably going to pass out because that 1 hour of sleep is catching up to me.
The mighty eagle is no longer rickrolling.
The mighty eagle is no longer Rick.
Oh boy. All right. I will talk to you then when I can.
All right.
Have a good sleep.
Yeah, have a good stream.
I'll try. Okay, so we did that. Now we're on our own again. because Stormscape is going home, stuff like that. Am I okay? I've been sick for a bit. It never fails. It genuinely never fails. It genuinely never fails. It genuinely never fails. Never fails. Never fails. Would I describe the hook as gnarly? In this instance, yes. This is definitely a gnarly hook. It's like a bicep curl hook. I don't know whose bicep looks like that, but possible debris signature on the tornado warning storm, Canton, Mississippi. Are we sure? Oh. Maybe. It's very difficult to tell. It could have happened in between the scans, but it's... I wonder if that's tornado debris or if that's wind debris. But honestly, I can't tell either or. Yeah, it could have been the briefest tornado in all of tornadoes. It could have been. Hmm. What am I what? Yeah, no, thank you. Mark Andrews might come back. That's amazing. As a Ravens fan, that'd be great. Brief tornado, birds. It could be birds, but I don't think it would. There's a lot of rain there. Once again, it needs a rear flank or a rear inflow jet within that. Could try and spike it. It is possible, but that is now apparently a confirmed radar confirmed tornado. So they found something that maybe. I mean, they believe there was a tornado. So there you go. That's east of Canton, near Sharon. Very brief tornado. Very brief tornado, though. I'm going to put the Alexandria camera up again, just because. Hmm. The Sharon Ham radio repeater may have gone down. Interesting. Yeah, I guess so, Lena. Sharon tornadoes being confirmed by spotters here. I wouldn't be surprised. Radar kind of just died on it though, so as soon as it formed, it must have dissipated. Yeah, my goodness, this Hazelhurst cell really still wants to go. And there's another supercell south of it. Look at that. There's two. One right here. One right here. That is that's a double whammy. Tornado on the ground crossing Highway 16. If you're talking about right now, you're probably right, but it's probably not as strong as it once was, which means it's weakening and or occlusion phase. There you go. But yeah, it probably is a tornado. And it looks like it is occluding, believe it or not. That is indeed an occlusion. Excuse me. New mesoscale discussion for the stuff in Mississippi. Risk for tornadoes appears highest over the next couple of hours over south central Mississippi. Large clusters of storms, including supercells, continue to rapidly move east into central Mississippi, with the strongest supercell over southwest Mississippi. Why did they say Mississippi so many times? This area has the most favorable environment for a strong tornado, with dew points near 70, storm relative velocity around 200. That's 0 to 1. Indeed, surface winds ahead of this particular supercell cluster remain backed with strong gusts, indicating increased pressure falls and potential strengthening with these storms. Gusting winds also indicate the boundary layer is favorably unstable, which will allow supercells to utilize the full low-level shear available. So what they're saying is that it's not Jover. And it'll probably be another couple hours before this event starts to go down, which means we're going to be here for another while. Lovely, right? Hope you guys have gotten used to hearing my voice. My knife. But yeah, it does look to me like that is definitely the biggest thing to watch. Hmm. Man, this sausage is really good. Mmm. It finally produced a tornado. I knew it. I told you guys that we would probably see a tornado near Woodworth. Told you. Not too surprising. I said, if you're near Woodworth, I'd treat it like it's a tornado. But, fortunately, it's not too strong. A lot of just damaging winds in general. Did it change which mode it was? Why? That doesn't make any sense to me, but what do I know? Do I think EF0 should not be on the EF scale? No. I think it should. It just, I think it's for reference. EF0, though it is very hard to kind of tell between whether or not it's like strong wind or if it's a tornado. I still think, like, for documentation purposes, if there is a tornado, like, you can either say it's an EF0, which there's a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for East Central Rapides Parish in
Oh,
central
come on,
Louisiana,
wait.
northwestern Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana.
You're too late. My friend. I just... I don't know. You're too late. It was a tornado. Now it's not even on the ground at this stage. It's too late. But you can either have an EF0 and document it that way, or you can have an EF0 be combined into like an EF1, and it just be the EF1 that does the thing. Brian M. Finger, weak tornado just moved over me at this location. No damage observed. That's not entirely that surprising. But it is what it is. Interesting. Well, as you just saw here, unless if you didn't see it, that's a report of a weak tornado that just moved over to the north of Woodworth. Yeah, it was a weak tornado. 100%. I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, it was a weak tornado. But it, yeah. Can I update Carthage? I sure can. So the storm's not quite there yet. The rain will get heavier, however. And so will the wind. The worst of it will be getting into your area in 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to get into a decent structure, decent sturdy structure. Yeah. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Wow. So they're not going to issue a new tornado warning for this cell. It's going to be, once again, another bit of wind. Walnut Grove is also cool. Walnut Grove. Yeah, Walnut Grove is out of the... They're not in the warning. You guys are fine. I don't know tornado clips. I don't know. Stuff I'm still trying to figure to this day. Well, I mean, there are 2 supercells in the southern cell. The Hazelhurst cell. I wonder how long it might take for that to actually do something, because it's starting to actually cluster up. Brad says tornado on the ground. I'm assuming that's Hazelhurst. Looks like Brad's on the western side of it. It must have just passed the road right in front of him. But yeah, I mean, that's why I was like, I wonder how long it's going to take for this thing to actually do something, because it looks like it's got the right stuff. It looks like it's trying to produce a tornado. No debris signature yet again, but there's a lot of rain curtains. A lot of rain curtains that we're wrapping into. Hmm. Yeah, it might be trying to produce a tornado. If not, it is producing a tornado near Hazelhurst, but it's a lot of the rain curtains. Like, the wind can shift. That doesn't mean that a tornado is actually forcing its way down to the ground. So we'll have to see if this thing gets stronger or not. Hmm. There's the new tornado warning for Hazelhurst. It'll ping here in a second, so get ready.
Tornado warning for northwestern Simpson County in central Mississippi, northeastern Copiah County in central Mississippi.
Hmm. It looks like the rotation also is starting to kind of gust out a little bit with Hazelhurst too, heading into Georgetown. So though there is a new tornado warning and it's probably going to recycle, as of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to do more than what it is doing right now. Yeah, that storm that went up to Carthage just absolutely went kaput. Brad just had a tree fall down on him. On him. Hmm. Interesting. Yep, and it already looks like the storm near Weston is starting to try and uptrend a little bit, but it also is side-lobing itself, so the contamination is making things a little bit difficult. Mm. Tornado on the ground, Chambers, Louisiana. What? Oh. Is it the thing that was already there? That's another one. What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't even look like... Why does it not even look like a tornado formed? I wonder if this is some foliage nados. Could be some foliage nados, because that tornado warning just got canceled. Wesson is definitely on the ground. It doesn't look like it's on the ground. Not as of right now, at least. I'm getting a text from one of the chasers. I'm trying to make sure that they're all right. So give me a second. There we go. So that... Yeah, it does not look like it's on the ground. That is a bit of contamination, I'll tell you what. But no correlation coefficient. Hazelhurst, 60 mile per hour wind gust. Down tree. Some trees down. I mean, this is really the only storm. This is really the only one left. This is some good food. Tell you what. Yeah, usually when the CC drop gets bigger, but it doesn't really have as deep of a CC. That means the thing is dissipated a bit. I mean, it's starting to fill, and it's starting to not really be as organized. Woodworth Storm CC just exploded. Not quite yet. I don't think that's... I still don't think that's it. I still don't believe that's a tornado. It's possible, though. That is a little different. Well, actually, that might be a tornado, but it's a weak tornado. Could very well be a weak tornado, because look at this. This isn't the side lobe. Small little spectrum width. It might have broke through the side lobe to show that we've got a little bit of a weak tornado ongoing. Maybe. I'd need to see one more scan, honestly. Just one more, though. One more scan. Yeah, I'm thinking that is a tornado. Or at least it might be a tornado. I think it could be. It's so hard to say. There's the new tornado warning. So they probably think this is a tornado
warning
too.
for South Central Simpson County in central Mississippi,
Yep.
northeastern Lincoln
There
County
it is, a
in
confirmed
south
one.
central Mississippi, northern Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, southeastern Copiah County in central Mississippi, northwestern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
Oh, there it is. Once again, it's a little tighter. You know, you can see spectrum width right there in that ball. This is a weaker tornado. That's the good news. It's not this. It's not these reds and greens. So if you see someone saying it's that, it's not. It's this. It's this small little one right here. That's what's creating the tornado. You can see spectrum width right within there. You can see correlation coefficient right there. Yeah, that's yeah. That is another debris signature. So that is a tornado in progress. So Oma, Rockport, Shivers, New Hebron, Sontag. Guys gotta watch out, honestly. Watch out very, very closely. Yeah, once again, it's this little small one. Little small one right here. If I go PH, wow, it's not gonna help. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Leake County in central Mississippi.
Really?
West
Carthage?
Central Neshoba County in east central Mississippi.
On the ground. What? Tornado confirmed? That doesn't make any sense. Radar confirmed? Yeah, my butt. That's what I gotta say. My butt. I do not see that on radar. I mean, it might take another scan or two. But no. Yeah, I don't know. Carthage, Redwater, Wiggins, stay indoors, stay away from windows, please. I mean, what in the goodness gracious? That thing over there near Panola, by the way, is kind of interesting too. The only unfortunate thing is that the only way for it to actually be relevant is if it merges with something or if it roots. So it's not really going to do a whole lot. But yeah, this is really the only thing that we got to worry about is this little small one right here. This small tornado that is doing damage. It is moving off towards the Oma area. So if you know anyone that lives near Oma in Mississippi, they need to get into their safe space. This storm over here near Hopewell and Gatesville, heading towards Harrisville and Braxton, as well as Mendenhall, not really doing too much, but it could potentially be something to watch out for. Once again, we still have something over near Panola. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it. You're in Walnut Grove? No. Walnut Grove is not in any of the warnings. They are fine. Right there's Walnut Grove. Right there's Carthage. This is a tornado warning right here. And it's heading away from y'all. It is going this way. Guys might get some severe weather later on in the night, though. The heck is that? Yeah, okay, I'm done with that. I'm not looking at that again. This thing still might be on the ground. Looks to me like it is. Little small tornado once again, southeast of Oma or southwest of Oma. Yeah. It is definitely possible. No. Boise, Louisiana. I don't understand. I need to search that up. Ah. Boise, Louisiana. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to see what was on there. Boys, Louisiana, industrial. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that report is from. It's a scuffed report on Twitter. Definitely doesn't seem like it to me. Yeah, I'm definitely like tired. I was supposed to get a lot of sleep last night. I was supposed to sleep in this morning, and then I didn't. And then I was gonna try and heal up a little bit more because I'm still a little sick once again. And then I didn't. And then... Ouch! I tried to clean the house as best as I could, though. Or organize it. The best of my ability. A lot of reports coming in on Hazelhurst. Trees down. Trees down. Damage to the gas station. Is that occlusion? It's hard to say. It looks like it's trying to occlude. That could be a tornado near Panola. That is a tornado near Panola. Yeah, that looks like a tornado. Northwest of Panola. Embedded supercell here with a lot of convergence there. Yeah. A second. Cool. Oh, what did I just watch? Yeah, that's still a tornado near Oma. Yeah, Oma needs to still stay in their safe space. It looks like that is still probably... Where is the one that's near Panola? So Panola, that's heading northeast-ish. Could head to Mendenhall, but I think the storm is actually weakening. Or at least it will weaken after the next couple of minutes. This one over here near Oma, it is still on a beeline. If you're in Oma, Mississippi, you really should be in your safe space. You really should. The northern warning just got confirmed. Northwest of Panola. Moving northeast at 35. That's nice. That's wonderful. So we have 2 tornadoes that could be on the ground as of this moment. 2 of them. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, near Panola or near Oma or near Mendenhall here in Mississippi, they need to get into safe space. Oh, what? Thank you, contamination. Lovely. Looks like the tornado that's approaching Oma had actually weakened a little bit. The one that was north of Panola had weakened as well. Yep, their debris signatures are starting to fan out a little bit. So as quickly as they form, they also quickly deteriorate too, which is on one hand really nice, on the other hand not very nice. Hmm. Oh. Interesting. Cool thing I just saw on Twitter. Hmm. Yeah, the storm does refuse to die. They extended the tornado watch. Yeah, they did extend it further east to Meridian. Still in effect until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. One thing I gotta say is that if I keep feeling like I am right now, I might go to bed early. Not just because, I don't think this event is not doing much, because I think it still can, but mainly because my head just is terrible. I'm still sick. I still feel terrible, but like only in the head now. It's not my throat, it's not my stomach, it's always sinuses. Always sinuses. And I don't know, just me staying up, not getting a lot of sleep last night. Unintentionally not getting a whole lot of sleep the night before. I wonder who did that. But who knows? I'll have to see. I'll see how things work out. I look very pale. I feel very pale. Thank you. Yeah, no, I get it. I love how portions of the tornado watch in the back end, like, they cancel it for some of these counties. They don't cancel it for the other ones. Like, what in the world? What in the world are you doing? Yeah, that cell near Carthage not doing a whole lot, if anything. So it can go away. Cell near Mendenhall is trying to take over. The old cell that was over near Hazelhurst has now grown upscale. The cell that was over in Panola that is now near Mendenhall, it has an embedded supercell within it. But the only real storm that has anything of substance is this one near Oma, New Hebron, and Shivers. This is really the last storm, believe it or not. I mean, the last real supercell storm. And of course, there could be other supercells as well, but like this one's the last supercell one. Not one that just forms out of thin air. Trust me, I've been drinking a lot of water. Been drinking a lot. But yeah, this isn't my first rodeo with being sick. My mom's a nurse too, so she has taken care of me in the past. Now since I've had it so many times, I can do it myself, but Centerville, southwestern Mississippi. I'll look at that in a bit. Yeah, that CC drop is now gone. Mendenhall, yeah, that storm is gone. So that's fine. It's now just this one that's over near Shivers, New Hebron, and Oma. There's this cell near Crosby, southwestern Mississippi. It doesn't look half bad, honestly. Zero Z soundings out? Wonderful. Guess what I'm looking at? PBL. Lapse rate's kind of meh. Jackson is not bad. It's mixed throughout all layers of the atmosphere. So, what's its face? I'm blanking. Yeah, it's heavily saturated. Up and down. Nice to see Lake Charles still doing stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this sounding just basically says that there's still some energy. There is still some. It's still got 3 cape. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad at all. Hmm. I legit cannot remember when I turned the camera over to that. Wow, I am out of it, chat. I am out of it. Oh, I know how it did that. How do I think it'll look like for southwestern Alabama? I mean, for the rest of the night, it should be all right. It'll be tomorrow morning. Oh, It's probably when it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Yeah, early tomorrow morning. It's actually overnight into early tomorrow morning. And then things will refire up in the afternoon, going into evening. Stuff like that. Do I think the drought will improve by Thursday? What do you mean the drought? Like actual drought, or like, stuff drought? Like hasn't happened in a while type drought. And where? Because multiple areas have drought. I know that for a fact. I know that. New day one. Please not be enhanced. Please not be. Lovely. Lovely. You want to know something funny? I could totally sleep right here. I could pass out. I could totally do it. Ugh. Yeah, it is still enhanced, as you can see above me. As long as the radar is up running, we're good. Seems legit. Nah, I can't do that. I do think I should go to bed here soon, though. Because I definitely am drowsy. I definitely am tired. I've been doing this for 5 hours. Not bad for me being rusty and sick. But I'm going to wait a little bit longer to see what happens with this one supercell. I don't care about the other ones. I care about this one near New Hebron. And depending upon what happens with that will determine as to what I do next. What's the new day one? It's enhanced. It's this one. There's the new day one. Tornado on the ground, Marksville. That, yeah, it does look like a tornado. It does indeed. Got the trees, tree limbs and leaves, foliage, stuff like that. When is this warning gonna end? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. There's the new tornado warning for the
Tornado
Hartsville
warning
cell.
for northeastern Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana.
Wow, so they updated the warning box on the northern one and it didn't really. Yeah. Yeah, it's still on the ground. Still doing stuff. Look west of Crosby. The Meadville cell. So we're basically starting to get into an area where there's a radar hole. And that's not fun. But yes, that cell near Crosby is starting to intensify. Might even be producing a tornado. Maybe. Possibly. Hmm. Marksville did just go observed. I'm putting my hood on. My hood is like, I gotta keep my head warm. If I don't have a hat, I'm gonna put my hood on for a little bit. That way I can just keep my head a little warm. It's a little chilly. Little chilly. Little cold. How long do these warnings have? 7:30. That's still a long ways. About this one. 7:30. I think they're both going to expire before 7:30, but that's just me. Nah, it didn't. Or at least I don't think it did. Definitely could be here very soon, though. That one is definitely. Noah hat for the win? Yeah, I know. I need to go get my Noah hat. Honestly, I could. Want me to put on the Noah hat instead of my hood? Actually, I could. You know what? I'm doing that. I'm getting my Noah hat. That's the last time I'm getting out of this chair unless if I'm going to bed. There we go. Alive and well, and hopefully will stay that way. There you go. Noah hat. Boom. I look so much different without glasses. I gotta tell you, it is so weird. But yeah, that storm south of Meadville definitely does look like one that could probably produce a tornado. It is definitely possible. So McCall Creek, Smithdale, Auburn, Bogue Cheeto, Brookhaven. Guys might have to watch out for this as well. Yeah, it looks so weird. Tornado damaging houses near Marksville. Hmm. It could be the houses. It also could be the trees. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's the trees. Because there's a lot of trees here. Sure, there's houses along like the waterways. But I'm thinking it's the trees. That's just me, though. No. The way you know stuff is real is if I wear a hoodie from the beginning of the stream all the way to the end. That's when you know stuff is real. Because it always, the weather like that usually happens when it's super cold outside for me. It might change, though. Who knows? But I definitely would like it if it was a little bit warmer up. In my room. Are any of these potentially long track? These supercells might be long track. The tornadoes, no. They in particular are not. I want to turn this off. Might grow upscale here soon, possibly.
Tornado warning for central Lincoln County in south central Mississippi, southeastern Franklin County in southwestern Mississippi.
There you go. That is a tornado warning for that Meadville cell. Heading into Brookhaven, Bogcheto, McCall Creek, Smithdale, Auburn. And that's, it's for good reason too, although I find it kind of interesting that they pull the trigger now, even though the velocities aren't as strong. But do I think any tornadoes have been potentially strong today? Maybe one. Maybe one. But other than that, it's kind of hard to tell. We'd have to see after the fact as to what the damage was like. Tour observed Louisiana. Yes, indeed. It had a debris ball earlier. Now it's just carrying its debris. It's not really anything super big. Living Hope with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, hey Nate, thanks for your hard work. Thank you for being here. Even if my brain is not fully. There we go. Threw that away. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to kind of dissipate. Marksville cell. Or the tornado. As if it hasn't already. What in the heck? Stream Deck update available. Lovely. What's up, Toast? Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, all these warnings that expire at 7:30 need to like expire because the storms have already just passed it already. Come in.
Yeah, banana. So
Appreciate it though.
sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, all right.
I appreciate it though. Make too much noise. Has there been any significant tornadoes today? Might have been one, but We'll have to see. Nothing that's really been, easy to tell, if that makes you feel any better. Farmer Matt, what's up? Welcome to stream. Welcome to Nate Tries to Survive his sickness while streaming. Oh yeah, that's grown upscale. Okay, so that storm's upscale. It is now this last storm that's near Brookhaven. Now the turns have tabled. Just got home. Was work good? That's so funny. What am I listening to outside my door? Of course it was. I've been doing okay, Keegan. I'm sick right now, and I can definitely, you can definitely tell I'm out of it, but living on a prayer, right? Reports of large limbs / trees in 5 inches in diameter down across roadways, houses, and power lines. Roadways, houses, and power lines are down all over the north side of Marksville. So tornado over there. At least after this, you have time to heal up. Does not look like any weather to cover again for the foreseeable future. That is true. I just gotta hope that I'm better in time for Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving is totally fun. Oh, they're noting TDS is cool. Did I hear about the circus fire? What was it? I'm going to sleep. I could really fall asleep right here on this chair. I really could. Easy sleep. Jeez. Somebody legit just posted on Twitter a picture of steam and called it a tornado. That's the reason why I was just like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that is like scuffed. Like, I don't think it's right. Hmm. Interesting. My thoughts on the Matador, Texas tornado? Matador was which one? Which day was that again? Jeez. As I said, I'm slow right now. I'm just not. Why is my thing not working? That's not amazing. Hmm. Thanks for the metal jump scare. I don't know what's going on my computer. I'm trying to fix it. June 25th? No, June 21st. Matador, Texas. Oh, that one. The one that came. I streamed that day. Oh my god. It was crazy. It blew up so quickly, became so large so quickly, and it was in an environment that I wouldn't have guessed. Hmm. 2 minutes until how many of these warnings die out? 4. Cold day still seems like it was yesterday.
Tornado warning
remember.
for
I mean, I
East
can, but
Central
I
of
can't.
Oils Parish in central Louisiana.
Excuse me? Oh my goodness. That was a tornado. That is another one. Well, there's a new tornado warning for Big Bend and Simisport, as well as Moreauville and Hamburg. Oh, my back. It's totally great. I'm gonna try and crack my back. Oh, feel a little bit better. Oh, that spectrum width got so much larger. Yeah, that does look to be a tornado. Yep, there's a debris signature. Yep, that is once again another tornado. So, if you're in Moreauville, Big Bend, Simisport, gotta get in a sturdy building and stay away from windows because this is definitely a storm that looks to. I mean, we've had a lot of storms that have quickly produced tornadoes and they've fanned out, but this one definitely has been showing consistent signs for a little bit now. This one might be on the ground for a little bit longer than some of the other tornadoes. So Big Bend, areas near Simisport and north of Simisport, areas near Bordelonville, as well as areas south of that need to watch out. Yeah, it's still there. Look at the spectrum width, even more intense here now. Yup. Looks like this Meadville, Mississippi cell heading into portions of Lincoln County. It has recycled. Everything is so clustered, though. All right, I firmly believe that this cell heading towards McGee and Mendenhall, as well as what was near Pinola, I'm pretty sure this has started to grow up scale. I'm pretty sure. All right, guys. I've got an idea. A proposition, actually. 8:30 Central. 9:30 Eastern. That's where I will go until. And, just to make sure that everything is good. Everything's not too crazy. Once again, still a large debris signature near Hamburg. So yeah, once again, this storm has been on the ground for quite a bit of time. But, Hmm. But yeah, my plan is 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. Yeah, maybe up to 10,000 feet. This one might have been one of the stronger tornadoes of the day. Might have been. That's another tornado warning. I wonder if this is for the cell right in front of it near Blackhawk.
Tornado warning for Southern Concordia Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Southern Adams County in southwestern Mississippi.
Yep. Bad thing is that it's dark and rain wrapped. Yep. Good news is though is that there isn't a whole lot of people that live in these areas. Not too many. Hmm. Interesting. There was something interesting that I saw on the maps. I was like, what in the world? Hmm. Well, Supercell's trying to form again. It merged. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi, central Smith County in central Mississippi.
I feel like I talk about these storms and then the tornado warnings just happen. But I would be like more vocal and like stuff like that if I wasn't dead. But yeah, Senatorium, McGee, Mize or Mise or Mies or Miz or whatever. Raleigh, Silverena, Bay Springs. You guys are gonna need to watch because Supercell decided to come back alive. Recycled and seems to be trying to. It actually might produce a tornado here very soon. Senatorium and McGee here in Mississippi. So really need to watch out. That one probably could. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. That's just me. There we go. That right there. CC just got deeper. Which one? Which one, my brethren? Big Bend? Oh. It's just, to me, I think it's just carrying, carrying the debris within the actual rotation. It may not even be getting new debris. Although there is, once again, a crap ton of trees over here. I mean, look at how many trees there are. So, it is a lot of debris. That's probably the reason why there's a lower correlation coefficient. But, yeah, once again, Big Bend, if you live near Big Bend, you need to get into your safe space. That's Big Bend, Louisiana. Everyone's saying Moreauville. Yeah, we are on Moreauville. There's like no one else that gets hit besides Big Bend and then Black Hawk and Fort Adams. After that, it's good. Oh, man. McGee. Honestly, we probably could see a tornado here very soon. It would be right over Sanatorium. Wow. Bunch of prefrontals just spawned in Alabama. I mean, that would sound about right, honestly. Yeah, this stuff down here. Yeah, I think we could be seeing a tornado that goes right over Sanatorium real soon. It might actually even get stronger. Interesting. I just heard something. Interesting. I just heard something outside of my room. Velocity recycled it. Arkansas warning is about to be on. What do you mean Arkansas? There we go. Northern Louisiana one. I'm not sure which one's the Northern Louisiana. Are you talking about the one that's Big Bend? Oh, Big Ben, Battlehawk. Wow. Nice correlation coefficient there. Resignature.
Tornado warning for northern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi.
Oh, so that's just fill in the box. McGee is on the ground. I mean, a sanatorium. Or sanatorium. Yeah, sanatorium. Yeah, that one, I would not be surprised if that was on the ground. I just, realistically speaking, it's getting stronger. Velocity signature is getting stronger. It looks to be in the right place. Yeah, if you're in Sanatorium, McGee, then eventually Raleigh and Mise, need to get into your safe space, my friends. Needs to happen. Big tornado on the ground. We talking about the sanatorium, or are we talking about the one over in Louisiana? The one in Louisiana, I don't think particularly is a huge tornado. Big reason for that would be it's just going over so many trees. It's hitting so many things, but it's compact and it's also contaminated, so it's a little bit difficult, of course, but yeah, this right here is your turbulence. Brookhaven. I mean, it's looked the same as it always has. Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. Definitely looks like it could be trying to spin up a little bit, but I don't like the fact that there's so big of a boundary there. That's some side lobe contamination. I can't trust to say that is as strong as that looks. I really cannot. I just took one look at spectrum width and I saw all that. All of that. But it's got a massive outflow boundary from it. It's got big rear inflow jet as well. Big rear inflow jet. So I don't doubt this thing is spinning. I don't doubt this thing is, being tornadic on its own. But I wouldn't be surprised if it got most of its data from the tilt above it. Because you would think, rotation would actually get stronger aloft with it. It doesn't. Yeah, it only apparently goes up to 5,000 feet, and then it just goes down, which is like manga ass. So, I mean, it has rotation, 100%. Don't get me wrong. I just had, right now, I think the the actual gauge for how strong this thing is right now. That one's the thing that's a bit questionable. But regardless, if you're in Brookhaven, if you're north of Bogue Cheeto here in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space. Man, I totally love being sick. I definitely am just having so much fun.
Tornado warning for northeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi,
What?
northern Smith County in central Mississippi.
Is that an extension? Hmm. Looks like it's ready to gust out. That's what I'm saying. This one here has always looked like it's been ready to gust out. That's the one to the north. Oh, don't tell me. I'm going to sleep. That's what I should do. That looks to be a debris signature heading for Gunn in Mississippi or Raleigh in Mississippi. Either or, new tornado warning. Need to get into your safe space. That's what you need to do. Brookhaven. Yeah, no. No. That is 100% contamination. No. No, thank you. See this green right here? This doesn't make sense. How can green be going towards and red's moving away and it smack right into each other? No. That is contaminated to all get out. Don't get baited, Chiefs. Don't get baited. I actually think these pixels right here are actually stuff that's going towards. I'm going to be honest with you. That's what seems logical to me because the greens actually stop. So if we take these pixels, we cut them off right here. Greens moving towards. That seems more realistic to me. South of Notches? That one. Love how I just understood regardless. YMCA. Oh, I know it's Natchez. Like Natchez. I know it's that. But they tried to autocorrect. They got autocorrect in the chat. I was like, oh. I know what you're talking about. So yeah, it's Natchez. I'm not sure there's a, well, it's possible, but I'm not sure there's a debris signature with that. It's hard to tell. Yeah, look, you see what I mean? You see what I mean, chat? You see what I mean? This doesn't make sense, right? Because this red and this green, right? So let me draw it out for you. Greens, reds. No. And it's not even like this part of the green is not even where the greens and reds are touching. Like, no, 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 no. And spectrum width, yeah, that is a bunch of contamination if I've never seen it before. Look at this. It's all over the place. It's not focused into one specific spot. This is contaminated. And this makes things, number one, very difficult for you to actually find where the actual rotation is, if there is a tornado. And number two, we don't even know how strong it actually is because everything's just contaminated. It's there, there's rotation, don't get me wrong, it's doing stuff. But from a radar perspective, please. Please. It is gusting out too, look at that. It's actually starting to get rain wrapped. Yeah. You think it did produce, but it was over the river? Well, I mean, it would have caught up. Well, let's take a look and see. Is there any more? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Who knows? I know, Alton. I know. Trust me. That's why I'm taking up my cross right now, even while sick. Oh, can I pop my elbow, please? Please? My elbow feels like it's gonna fall off. Please? Please? That's good enough, maybe. I hope. Alright, we have another half an hour until I decide if I really am going to stay up more or not. Consider. I'll consider. can't believe this didn't do it. Oh, give me both. I'm gonna not. What? No. Really? I gotta consider that as well. Someone just sent something to me and I just was like, no. Speaking of no. Speaking of no. Speaking of no. No. Can you show the YouTube live stream the James Spann meme before you end the stream? Which, there's a bunch of James Spann memes, so I don't know which one you're talking about specifically. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, that radar is a no from me, Chief. Like, that is a legit and hard no. Oh, and the only reason that's so funny. Tell me right now the only reason why. Tell me that's the only reason why. I want to laugh so badly. I'm trying to find other storm chasers to try and see if they found something. I don't think they did. Yeah, once again, no. No. Nope. The answer is no. The answer is no. You at me. Oh, cool. I'll look at it in a second. Yeah, the answer from me is no. That is... Yeah. Like, no. Contamination, no. I am not hyping up this thing that is a blob, a mess, even though it looked like it had strong rotation before. No. Alright? We abide by our standards, even if we haven't streamed in a few. I am not going to go down the YouTube rabbit hole of, oh, it looks like a significant tornado, and it looks like it's pretty bad, even though I know so much better to not say that it is. Beep bop. You know what I mean? No. Nope. I am not. No. This is stupid. This thing is stupid. That's what it is. Great job, Weather. You thought that you can get me to go down the road of being subscriber hungry and clickbait hungry and whatever hungry. But guess what? I'm not apparently that rusty. Go away. Yeah, sure, Michael. I am tired and I am hallucinating, and this is totally a tornado. And don't listen to me, even though I've streamed for 6 hours and they just put up a new tornado warning, and I'm just, I'm totally talking out of my rear. That's totally, something that's so big that's gonna, bigger than Wabasso. Like totally.
Tornado warning for northeastern Lincoln County in south central Mississippi, Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, northwestern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
That's what I gotta say. That's what I gotta say. Well, I mean, you're 100% true, French core. You are 100% correct in saying that. I'm just saying that this is. Consider the following moment. If there was going to be rotation, it's going to be for this right here and not that. That's how I feel. But no, I guess it looked like it occluded. Looks like we had some form of occlusion and then a new bit of rotations forming on the backside. But it is back in the rain. It is rain wrapped to all get out, where there is a rear inflow jet that's surging in. Little bit of rotation right there. I mean, yeah. I am now a meme? That sounds about right. I meme myself a lot. That's the meme. Oh, it's that one. The updraft helicity. Yeah, that one. I forgot. Why is my little brother screaming? Oh, that's wonderful. No. Ah. How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. Nowhere to run. The night goes on. Felt that. Felt that. Felt that. Felt that. Yeah, I mean, this is just. Consider the following territory. In 5 minutes, by the way, a couple of these warnings will oof themselves. Yes, I just used the word oof as a terminology for storms going away. Deal with it. Deal with it. Oh my god. No. I gotta watch that later on. That's gonna be funny. Yeah, it looks like Bay Springs is trying to go again, but it's gusting as it's been gusting out the entire time. I don't understand. Like, stop being a huge wind maker. You donut. Yeah, we are still live. I'm considering. Holy crap. Next time we need to say no to Dixie. Well, it's that time of year, unfortunately. October, November, December, January, February. Dixie. Sounds about right, Michael. That sounds about right. Station got more defined. Yeah, this one south of Raleigh, it did get more defined, but it's also, once again, gusting to all get out. Yeah, oof is now a term. So there you go. Happy Thanksgiving to you and everyone here. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too. I know I'm gonna have an interesting Thanksgiving, trying to get over this sickness and hopefully not spreading it to the rest of the family members. But you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. It'll be fine. Maybe. Would North Carolina get something like this tomorrow or Wednesday? Would it be way less than this? I mean, they could, but it would be significantly. It would be significantly less than this. So, but it would be tomorrow. Tomorrow they could get stuff. Small chance for tornadoes. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. It'll depend. Because I could live stream tomorrow. I definitely could. But I don't feel amazing. And if I still don't feel amazing, I mean, I haven't really had a whole lot of sleep in the past 48 hours. One was unintentional, and I would 100% do it again. The other was completely unintentional as well, but it wasn't my fault. I had a phone call in the middle of the night from a friend of mine. So I just sat on the phone with him. Just messed around. That was so much fun. And then I went to bed last night at like 2. after playing a bunch of video games because I just needed to relax, be sane. And then I had to wake up early this morning. It was not something that I planned, but I had to do it, and then got it done. Tried to go back to sleep again. Didn't go back to sleep long enough. Now here I am with a headache, living on a prayer. And yet I still feel good about myself. No debris signature quite yet with this cell that's southeast of Raleigh, heading towards the Silverina areas. As for this thing near Brookhaven, I mean, this just tells you. There you go. Top tier quality. Top tier. Yeah, so I'm looking at the velocities here. Specifically this right here. I don't see any low correlation coefficient off of this in that particular spot. So it's kind of just, it's still gusting. I'll have to see a new scan here in a bit to help convince me otherwise. Well, the good news is a lot of the other warnings got canceled, which is great. The scariest storm seen is near Brookhaven. It was, but that's a bunch of contamination. So no thank you. Yeah, that's new
Tornado warning for northern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, east central Smith County in central Mississippi.
Extension. For good reason, honestly, but still, ouch. Yeah, this Brookhaven cell, when it had all this high velocities and stuff like that, this is not true. This is not real data. I doubt it. I doubted it from the beginning. A lot of contamination, and it did nothing because of it. I just didn't bite. No. What I think was the issue with today's event, overconvection interfering with storms. That and I think the surface, so the surface winds in some areas, in part with 850 millibar wind shear. It's a little unidirectional, so nothing was really too streamwise, but it was enough to where when you had some bursts, you would get these quick spin ups and then they would kind of die out. And a part of that could be for a multitude of reasons. Number one could be weaker updrafts within the storms, which would probably explain why there wasn't as great ZDR columns in the in a lot of the storms today. Or there was still dry air present aloft. Which could have dampened some things as well. But I think lapse rates can be a thing. Overconvection is definitely, that was always going to be an issue with events like this, because since the storms formed at like 12 or 11 in the morning. They started creating cirrus clouds, or just clouds, and getting relative humidity at all levels of the atmosphere, pushing it out and away. And though it saturated the environment and it was able to get you some deep layer moisture, it was definitely it definitely allowed for there to not be any more energy to be brought in unless if it was advected. And it also kind of just didn't really provide a little bit of a kick, because forcing is not, it wasn't really there. You had a lot more convergence at the surface than divergence aloft, and because of that, it just didn't really fire on all cylinders. So what would be the scariest storm I've ever streamed live? Based off of radar alone, the scariest storm would have to be that long track tornado through Mayfield. The second scariest definitely had to have been the Bassfield So-So, or the Basefield So-So tornado in 2020. But the Mayfield, the December 10th, 2021 Mayfield, Kentucky tornado, EF4, that was definitely the scariest. The second scariest was the Bassfield So-So tornado, which happened right here, actually. Fourth largest tornado in all of history in the United States. And that is probably one of the only radar images that has been burned in my brain. I don't want to say scarred, but it's burned and placed in my brain to where whenever I see it, I just immediately know. Like, it was that. Boom. Was the live camera on my screen? That's Alexandria, Louisiana. I finally found a camera and I was just like, yeah, cool. That's a lot of fog, by the way. Low-hanging clouds. The relative humidity values are pretty high in those areas of Louisiana, so. Rolling Fork, believe it or not, even though it was last year, I didn't really feel too scared of it. I mean, I kind of knew it would happen. You would get at least one tornado from that event. And I was just like, eh. That's fine, Farmer Matt. Nice to see you in the stream. Have a good night over there. I feel that. I definitely would go to sleep around that time too. Well, last year's severe weather season. That's my point. So this is second season of severe weather season, which I kind of counted as something that's completely different. So you have first season, then you have second season. So that's what I was trying to say. Though it was first season severe weather this year. It's kind of bland. Is it possible that we could have another strong tornado in December again? It is possible. I'm not going to lie. But unfortunately, we didn't have the capabilities to specifically predict that. What I will say is I do believe that based off of what has happened over the past 7 years, I think it is definitely possible. And so therefore, you know, it definitely is not out of the question. See you, Tornado Clips. Have a good night. terms of wind, I would probably say the Bremen, Kentucky tornado, but that was Mayfield as well. So, I definitely see why. Definitely see why you would think that. Oh, thank goodness I'm not watching this football game tonight. My goodness, I am not. No, thank you. And it looks like I'm going to lose my fantasy game. Do I remember the Amory velocity scan? Yeah, I do. It reminded me very similarly of what Rolling Fork did the previous few hours, and it was just like, yeah. That's definitely a strong tornado. But, I mean, I didn't think it was anything, like, extremely high end. I thought, you know, F4. But it was a 3. DR2 is the best radar in your opinion? I think it's the best radar as well. I love it, at least. Do I think there's a chance for a tornado on Christmas Day? It is very difficult to tell, but I'm going to say no. I have no evidence to back that claim up, though, so just an FYI, but I'm going to say no because it's kind of unlikely. A hurricane tornado? Tornadoes can actually form in hurricanes. So, there you go. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The hurricane or the tornado? Didn't Mayfield velocity scan hit 300 gate to gate at one point on radar? I don't think it was 300. It was close to it, though, but I don't think it was 300. It was definitely really intense. Mayfield was... I honestly thought Mayfield was going to be the drought breaker. I honestly thought that was going to be a 5, but... I guess it doesn't really matter once you get to that EF4, EF5 range, because they're both catastrophic. It's just like, ouch. Yeah, you see, I thought Mayfield got close, but not too close. Remember watching you on December 10th outbreak for like 7 hours. Yeah, I streamed for like 12 hours. Just like, yeah. Who wins on the 22nd? The Blue Jackets or the Blackhawks? How about neither? Can we talk about how the NHL wants to make overtime into a half ice game? Like, no. I say you put a 10-minute overtime period, and if nobody wins, then you tie and no one gets the extra point. That's what I believe. I wish I could wake up. I wish. I know there would be someone who would love to keep me awake. But I'm just surviving. This tornado warning right here in Monticello should not still be here. Same with this. Oh, this Bay Springs one still should be in there too. It's possible, Phoenix. It definitely is possible. most EF4 to EF5, EF4 tornadoes have EF5 winds, more than likely. The only issue is the enhanced Vegeta scale only looks at the damage that it does and not the actual intensity. So it is definitely possible that some of these tornadoes that were EF3 or EF4 could very well have been EF5. It just didn't do damage to support it, you know. Which is why they are coming up with a new scale within the next year. It already has been brought to meteorological committee, and they're working on it. And I believe it involves radar too, which is kind of cool. Nice. All right. Hope is not entirely lost because Travis Kelce just caught a touchdown and he's on my fantasy team. Same with Patrick Mahomes. I need them to do pretty well in order for me to, I don't know, just, you know, win fantasy this weekend. Throw some ice cubes down your back. You would wake up quickly. Oh, I know 100% that I would. I don't think sick me would enjoy that. And sick me is currently what is possession of my body. So I don't think I would entirely enjoy that. Yeah, no. Remember that one stream in June where Morgan took over the channel and live cover that classic playing Sig Tour in Texas Panhandle? Yeah, he did. I'm not winning fantasy. Well, I'm not winning right now, but I'm projected to win. New scale, thought they were just adding a few more damage indicators. No, it's apparently a whole new scale. It involves because damage is going to be a part of the scale. Don't get it wrong, because damage is undisputable evidence of what at minimum the actual tornado could have been at strength. But I believe they were talking about, one of my friends was at the conference where the actual tornado would have been like a ballpark. They would give a ballpark estimate of somewhere in between this and that. So like 160 to 190 mile per hour tornado. That's what that's what they're doing. Something like that. Now, whether or not it has like EF in front of it or what, that stuff, I don't know. Has a fan ever been obsessed with you? Maybe once or twice. I try to brush it off as best as I possibly can because as much as I love to try and talk to people and stuff like that, number one, I have big trust issues. So it's really difficult for people to actually get along with me in general. And number two, even when I am nice to people and even when I try to be good to people and stuff like that, you know, because that's the kind of culture that I was raised in. You know, I just be nice and stuff like that. You know, I just either some people take it as more than that or people just idolize me in that way. And I try not to get people to do that because realistically speaking, I'm just another dude sitting on a chair talking about clouds. That's really how it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. And that's really how I, you know, that's really how I kind of want to present myself. We're just, you know, we're just chilling here. We talk about weather. We talk about something that we're passionate about. Sure, it may be nerdy as good, all get out, but honestly, I mean, that's why we have this environment, so we can just be comfortable. I mean, I would rather be in a place to where I'd be accepted all over. And that camera, yeah, look, there's a lot of clouds, a lot of relative humidity. Look at all the low-hanging clouds. Pretty cool. But yeah, no, there has been some people that have definitely taken it a little bit further. And I try to establish boundaries. I try to. I mean, I really am not looking for anything. I just, people don't get it. People don't get it. And I just don't exactly want things to get super crazy whenever I talk to people. I mean, I understand that people are just like, oh, you're this YouTuber dude, and you have a bunch of subscribers, you're kind of famous and stuff like that. But I really am just another guy. I really am. Oh, I know, Caleb. When I meet you in person, I'll give you that cookie. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that camera is not in severe weather area at the moment. This is over in Alexandria, Louisiana. And I finally got this camera, and I was like, yep, I'm going to use it to my fullest ability, my fullest throughout the stream. Because I've been looking for a camera like this for like a while. Long while. So, I'm just keep it up there. You help me get better at the weather? Well, that's one thing that I've been trying to do a lot. I try to help people who come into the stream, and hopefully they learn a thing or two about what I say. Even if there's like a lot of things that, people may not understand, maybe once you hear it fourth, fifth, or sixth time I do it, it might make sense. And I try to make it, as personable as possible. I want to make sure people, are able to understand what I'm talking about, so that way they can kind of put themselves in a position to where they can kind of relate a little bit, understand what's going on. Stuff like that. Looks like y'all have definitely sent me some stuff on Twitter. I'll look through it in a bit. If you guys, by the way, want to see my Twitter, I tweet all sorts of stuff. Listen, I'm a sports fan. I really am. Baltimore Ravens are my team. Baltimore Orioles are my team. Columbus Blue Jackets hockey. I used to be a Washington Capitals fan, and I was like, nope. Because I used to play ice hockey, and so I just related to a bunch of other stuff. Washington Wizards are a sad franchise, but they are unfortunately my team. So sometimes I tweet about that on there, but I also tweet about weather. And I also retweet some stuff that I relate to sometimes. Because that's just kind of how I do it, so. Go follow me on Twitter if you like stuff like that. And if you have any questions about my stream or weather, I love to talk about weather. I really do. So You want to talk about weather with me? That sounded really nerdy. Oh my god, I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. I gotta go. Swiffer sweeper with the towel. But no, seriously, if you have any questions on meteorology and stuff like that, I'm pretty easy to approach. It's just, I can't guarantee an immediate response. Yeah, it looks like the storm near Monticello or Monticello is trying to do something again. But its elevated rotation is more than garbage. Alright, I'm gonna finish my sausage that I had for dinner. Sausages are really good, by the way. I love sausages. I'm not rusty. I definitely was rusty in the middle of the stream. Like about an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, I was definitely rusty. I was definitely not feeling it. I was definitely dead. Now I'm not as bad. Now I'm not as bad. Okay, buddy, listen. No. Dinner, food. Like you put it on bread. You put it in a bun. You put it on bread. Oh, I got so many memes rushing through my head. I genuinely need to just... Oh, gosh. I'm losing my mind, chat. It's gonna happen. New people in life in the photos. Tomorrow looks so mid for tornadoes. Yeah, it pretty much is. That's the reason why I'm like waiting until tomorrow morning to see. I'm definitely sleeping in tomorrow. I'll tell you what. I know I was supposed to, leave the stream about 13 minutes ago. I decided to stay just for a little extra longer just to see what this thing near Monticello would do. And if it doesn't do anything, well then whoop-de-doo, I'm okay with that. But have I ever seen the IF scale? Oh yeah, someone asked this question. Are you going to cover Germany next year if there's a 3 out of 3 from XFX? Yeah, I did it last year. I did it this year too. The 3 out of 3. I just need to be told ahead of time if there's a 3 out of 3. If there's a 3 out of 3, or if there's like a severe weather setup that's coming through, and you see it on the models, and you see it out ahead of time. Yeah. Are there sausages? It's not bad, honestly. Listen. Sausage is pretty good. Like, yes, I just ate like this instead of like this. If you don't eat like this when you're putting stuff to your mouth, what the heck? That's called etiquette. Now I sound super white. God. I don't know, it's just... comfortable, too. Get your index finger on the fork, you just go. Man. I can go for some oh my god, I couldn't speak. I can go for some Japanese hibachi here pretty soon. I had it last week when I was sick. I told my friend when I was, I actually bought him lunch. I was like, I'm gonna buy myself some lunch because I'm also sick and I got it Grubhubbed to me. I got chicken and shrimp. There's actually an area near me, or a restaurant near me called Quickway. You can get that. I didn't get Quickway specifically because it's like, Quickway is not near me, but I like travel a lot. to some of these places, like not directly to Quickway, but like some areas that are around Quickways. It's like DC, Baltimore, Frederick, Leesburg, all sorts of stuff like that. And you know, sometimes I just go out of my way to go get some Quickway. I like it. It's pretty good. What about the storm in Lafayette? Can this storm consider for me? Let's see. Yeah, that is a storm heading to Lafayette. Wow, that is a very broad mesocyclone. Strong damaging winds, though, likely hit the southern side of Lafayette, in towards the Abbeville areas, the Kaplan, the Andrew, the Maurice area, the St. Martinville, the St. Martinville. However way you would pronounce that, I could see it pronounced either or. Look and sound like a wise dad at a Sunday cookout right now. I've got my third eye right here in the back of my pickup truck. And we are golden. I got my charcoal. I got my matches. I got my steak. I'm throwing that on. I'm getting in medium. Oh, God. Go out in my car. Go out to a park. Don't trust the HRRR this year? How about not buy into the HRRR the day of? Pay attention to the stuff of the night before. You're in Secaucus? Cool. A lot of tornadoes. Maybe one or two was strong, but everything was like spin-ups. It's exactly what we said last night. So, it didn't bust. It didn't overperform either, though. So, I mean. Bonafide 10 sig. And by the way, when I mean strong, I mean like EF2. Nothing's more than EF2 in this event. Like I even said last night, there's not going to be anything stronger than an EF2 tornado. Like that's what they mean by strong. But yeah, there's a bunch of like brief weak tornadoes. A bunch of those. Did the boys see much? They saw stuff in the beginning and then they went home once they got to the border. That sounds pretty good, Nikki. Oh yeah, that happened too. There was a storm that had a rotation that looked like it was like a significant storm to the untrained eye. I saw that contamination. I was like, nope, nope, nope. And they kept trying to bait me. I was like, nope, nope, nope. I'm not going to be, you know, an idiot and overhype a storm that isn't actually bad, you know, that bad. And it never produced a tornado. And I'm proud of myself. It was for like 10 minutes straight. New mesoscale discussion? Probably just jinxed it. Get a random Sig tour. I mean, it's definitely possible, but honestly, it's a little unlikely. Alright, let's see what the next tornado or two remains possible. This event's over. Over southern Mississippi with a few damaging wind gusts possible as well. The severe risk may eventually spread into parts of southwest Alabama later tonight. A broken line of storms, including a few supercells, currently stretch east central Mississippi southwestward into southwest Louisiana. Deep layer shear remain favorable to sustained cells this evening, with effective storm relativity maximized over central Mississippi currently. Persistent southerly winds in the lower 2 kilometers will continue to aid moisture advection, with upper 60-degree dew points spreading north across southwestern Alabama ahead of the ongoing Mississippi storms. A somewhat stable air mass exists east of a batch of warm advection showers now forming over southwestern Alabama. This general zone may be as far east as the main severe risk goes tonight. As cells continue east across Mississippi and approach the Alabama state line, additional watches may be considered. So honestly, yeah, this event's pretty much over. Till 9:15. Okay, so let's put it this way. I'm going to go for a little bit longer. Okay. Just a little bit. Go for a little bit longer. And then I'm going to head off. I'm going to look over some things. I might text a few people or get on a voice chat with someone. Who knows? And then I'm going to go to bed. Because realistically speaking, I'm stupid. I'm sick. And, yeah. I'm stupid. It happens. I'm definitely not playing any video games tonight, though. That's something for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do that. Tonight, I'm either watching YouTube, I'm talking to someone about some things, or I'm going to bed. That's as simple as I can make it tonight for what the agenda is. But honestly, this might get a new tornado warning. It might. I'm not too sure, though. It's still suffering with a little bit of contamination. I would say this is where the new batch of rotation would be within the storm, right there. That's kind of my guess. My guesstimate. Can I look at Lafayette? You're curious? Yeah, of course. Yeah, once again, very broad mesocyclone. Rear inflow jet creating a lot of winds. But that's pretty much all there is to that, honestly. Like, it really is just a lot of winds. You can see there's a little bit of a bowing characteristic right in there, too. But as for something that could be tornadic with that, I think it's very unlikely. I think it is, at least, but that is just me. That's what I'm thinking. Can I send you my color tables? If you can remind me tomorrow. I'm definitely not going to do that tonight. I'd have to look through and I'd have to try and find them. And who knows if I've updated it 5 or 6,000 times. And who knows if I remember which ones are which, you know? Like, I totally remember. Yeah, more than likely French core. You know what this sounds like? That meme with the 90% of gamblers stop before hitting it big. Yeah, but this really isn't hitting it big. Like, you can tell when the event is starting to die or not. And, you know, simply speaking, there's only so many hours after dark to the point to where this system, this setup could sustain for. Especially at this time of year during second season. So, yep, it's just yeah. Wow, laundry is done. That's cool. All right, I'm gonna look to see. Yeah, it looks like I've gotten all the fan funding, which is good. So that's perfect. Shouted out all the people that I needed to. It is 9:58, and we are still just sitting here. Remind you to show the stream the James Spann meme. Oh God, do I really have to? Do I really have to? I guess I have to. Here's the meme. Here is the meme. I'm gonna turn down just a little bit. There you go, because it can get a little loud.
Look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. Oh, look at the...
There you go. That's what you guys get. That's what people were saying this event was. What time will I end? Here within the next few minutes. Yeah, that tornado warning just died. All right, yeah, I'm probably gonna end it here. So listen, guys, I appreciate everyone coming out. My plans for the future is hopefully when I'm not sick, which will probably be this weekend, I will have a video that will start being forecasts again. I will start getting a bit more consistent. Even if it's about small, minuscule things, I'll be able to try and make videos again. Live streams, of course, severe weather. Depending upon what style of event the 5% tornado risk is. But you already know that I gotta, stream 10%, 10% or 10 SIGs and stuff like that. That's just stuff that I do. As for winter, once again, forecast videos. If there are any ice storms, I will live stream those because you can see stuff on radar with that too, which is pretty cool. So I will do that. Any big snowstorms, maybe. I tried doing that for Buffalo last year, and then it was just kind of like, Like, what more could I do? I just saw snow. There wasn't really too much stuff that I can add with radar. So. But yeah, that's what I got. Is that tornado on the ground near Stonewall? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like that's gonna die out as well. Alright, yeah, that sounds good to me. It looks like this event is pretty much done and over with, which means we should be able to skedaddle skedoodle for the night. Should be able to. But yeah, any questions about today's event? We'll hold on here for a little bit longer just to see if anyone has any sort of decent weather questions. Not like, why is the sky blue? But like, what all has happened today. Quite a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong ones. Typical Dixie Alley at around this time of year, which is basically Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Texas. Well, Texas is not Dixie Alley, but yeah, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. You know the drill. Did today bust? No. Not in my opinion, it didn't. I forecasted this event correctly, and so therefore it didn't bust. That's how I feel about it. It was a bona fide 10 sig event. If you knew what the 10 sig was about, then no, it did not bust. All right. Was Brookhaven bad? No, it wasn't that bad. All right. Yep. I'm gonna skedaddle. Okay. Yep, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah, if you enjoyed it, hit the like button down below, subscribe, stuff like that. I just had to text someone. So, I did have fun today. It was nice being back. It was nice being myself just a little bit. I was a little rusty. I was also a little sick, so it wasn't perfect, but it definitely was an interesting event to track with you all. So, it was pretty cool. All right. Yep. Sleepy time. Night all. Good night. I'm gonna hopefully get some rest. Hopefully.